All right, I will call to order the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. It is after 7 p.m. and we are in the James H. Crocker Jr. Hearing Room on the second floor of the town of Barnstable Town Hall at 367 Main Street, Hyannis, Mass. To all persons interested in or affected by the action of the Zoning Board of Appeals are hereby notified pursuant to Section 11 and Chapter 48 of the General Laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and all amendments thereto that this public hearing on the following appeals will be held today, February 11th, 2026. We'll start out with introduction of board members. To my left, Manny Alves.
Present.
Herb Bodenseek.
Present.
And I'm Jacob Dewey. Aaron Webb.
Present.
Larry Hurwitz.
Present.
And Deborah Dorcas. All right. Notice recording this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is being recorded and broadcast on the Town of Barnstable's Government Access Channel. In accordance with MGL Chapter 30A, Section 20, we must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, to please make their presence known. Seeing none, we do not have any minutes today, and we'll start with our old business, appeal number 2025-038. Speedway LLC has applied for a variance pursuant to Section 240-24.1.54.a, signs in the HC district. The applicant is seeking to replace the existing 20.66 square foot internally illuminated Dunkin' Donuts wall sign with a new 12.12 square foot internally illuminated Dunkin' wall sign. The area of the facade is 971.1 square feet, therefore 97.1 square feet of signage is allowed. The existing Speedway sign is 18 square feet, making the proposed total for both signs 30.12 square feet. The subject property is located at 156 INO Road, Hyannis, Mass, as shown on Assessor's Map 328 as parcel 151. It's located in the Highway Commercial HC zoning district. We did have members assigned to this. Myself, Herb Bodenseek, Aaron Webb, Natalie Pittenger, Manny Alves. And this was continued from January 14th, 2026. We did receive correspondence from Attorney Nickerson asking to continue this to March 25th, 2026. Anna, do we just make sure someone can mull into that for Natalie's spot?
Yeah, we will make sure.
Okay. All right. So I'll make a motion to continue appeal number 2025-038 to March 25th, 2026 at 7:01.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
So that is continued. Our second order of old business, appeal number 2025-025. Great Marsh Development LLC has applied for a comprehensive permit pursuant to MGL Chapter 40B, Sections 20, 21, 22, and 23, and 760 CMR 56.00. The applicant proposes to develop an affordable housing community on 6.764 acres. The homes at Centerville Cove will consist of 20 detached 3-bedroom single-family dwellings. The residents at Centerville Cove will consist also of 36 rental units in one building with a mix of 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. The subject property is located at 39, 51, 61, and 75 Great Marsh Road, 195 Finney's Lane, and 40 Richardson Road, Centerville, Mass. As shown on Assessor's Map 210 as parcels 124, 125, 126, 134-003, 134-005, and map 209 as parcel 020, respectively. They are located in the Residency RC and the Highway Office HO zoning districts and the Resource Protection Overlay District, RPOD. Sitting on this is myself, Herb, Aaron, Manny, and Deborah, all who are present tonight. This is continued from January 14th, 2026, and it was continued originally from October 22nd, 2025, after 2025-024 Egan capital variance request was withdrawn. Both items were also related, so comprehensive permit 2025-025 was re-advertised to give the public notice of the revised application prior to our last meeting. Attorney Singer, over to you.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, Andrew Singer.
Microphone on.
Oh, there we go. Good evening. For the record, Andrew Singer here on behalf of the applicant. With me in the audience is the applicant as well as a number of the project consultants. We appreciate your continued time tonight at the January meeting, which was our first substantive hearing on the comprehensive permit. It was, thought it was very productive to get all the information out to you, heard your initial questions and comments, those from the public as well. In the interim, since that meeting, we attempted to answer as many of the questions as we could. And that is the purpose of my initial presentation tonight, and then we're here for questions, thereafter. Our goal, and this is a supplemental memorandum that we submitted late last week, and the goal in that was to clarify and answer as many of the questions as we could. Although I always, if you're ready, always welcome you to vote tonight if you're ready. I fully anticipate that you'll have other questions. There are certain things we have not been able to answer yet, and there are certain things that, and I'll go through in the memo, that we haven't given you yet because we're not at that stage. So I would anticipate another continuance at the end of this evening. The memorandum, what I'd like to discuss, and the answers for to start off tonight are in 5 issue areas. Environmental, which is wastewater and stormwater; transportation, both vehicular and pedestrian; site design and screening; a discussion on the comprehensive permit law and some of the standards themselves, since this is different from a 40A case; and then some miscellaneous. I wasn't really sure where else to put those answers, so I had a section at the end. As far as beginning with environmental and the wastewater and stormwater, the property is located in the RPOD zoning overlay district, as well as a saltwater estuary overlay district. The development will reduce the amount of nitrogen being discharged into the ground compared to both the existing conditions and that which could be generated with a traditional non-affordable subdivision. Thus, there is going to be a net benefit to the environment in a nitrogen-sensitive area. Specifically, at present, there are 7 existing homes on 4 lots that make up the land. These are each serviced by a respective Title V septic system. The combined nitrogen load today is 3.11 parts per million. With the proposal, the 56 units on the plan, because they're going to be located on the town sewer and those 4 septic systems are going to be taken offline, the combined nitrogen load for the entire property is going to be reduced to 1.61 parts per million, reflecting a 50% reduction of nitrogen in the nitrogen-sensitive area over existing conditions.
I don't mean to interrupt, but
Do you have a study or something that backs those findings?
Yes, I believe we submitted the nitrogen calculations from Baxter Nye.
Right.
So yes, there are nitrogen calculations that were done that demonstrate that. And if you need more copies, we certainly can get. Matt had a conflict tonight, Matt Eddy, so was not able to be here this evening, but if there are questions on the site engineering side of it, we'll note them down and get you more information. But yes, that was done, I think.
But I do have questions. So again, right out of the gate, do you want to just, I don't know how to best to do this. Do we let him present first and then fire away, or?
Maybe it's productive if we want to ask questions on each of, stop at each one of your 5 points.
Sure.
So we're just sort of focused on wastewater and environmental.
Okay.
But also maybe cover stormwater before we get.
Yeah, I can,
Okay.
let me finish the
That's fine.
stormwater
Yep,
part of
perfect.
this, and then, yeah,
Totally good.
Yep.
that's a great
Category.
way to, that's fine.
Sorry.
Okay. As far as, so for the sewer itself, for the connection to the sewer, when the town negotiated with the applicant for an easement to locate the piping for the new sewer extension on the applicant's land, and as you know, the sewer station is, abuts the applicant's property. When they did that discussion and negotiation in the easement, the effluent from Centerville Cove, the housing that we're here before you seeking, was factored into the calculations. So adding the new subdivision that we're seeking permission for into the sewer will not delay or block any other properties from being attached to the sewer in the ordinary course. This property was factored into that extension from the beginning. In addition, the town installed a sewer stub onto the property as part of the sewer extension. The applicant, however, will be responsible for installing the sewer infrastructure, both the cost and the construction of that, to service the new lots in the subdivision. A betterment assessment and a sewer connection permit are anticipated to be applicable to the 21 lots that we have applied for before you. Because of all of the foregoing, future sewer connections of the surrounding residential neighborhoods to the property, again, will not be delayed or negatively impacted as part of the development. All of this was done in anticipation of this project when work was being done. And again, I'm responding to questions that we heard from you as well as through public comment. One of the board members also asked about, we mentioned that the subsidy program is the Commonwealth Builder Program, and there is a required town contribution, and the question was, what might be servicing that? And in response, the applicant hopes that the subsidy program, well, if Commonwealth Builder is the subsidy, and that is the one they hope for, the town's installation of that sewer stub that I mentioned is the town's required contribution. So the town has, it's not tied to the comprehensive permit itself, but through the town's actions in installing that stub as part of the easement and the installation, that will be the town's required contribution. So that will actually satisfy that aspect of the subsidy program. Finally, on stormwater management, the stormwater management system will be provided for the development following both Mass DEP stormwater management policy and the Barnstable stormwater management requirements. The stormwater management design will be fully reviewed by the Barnstable DPW, and the applicant will address any comments they have through the ordinary course. And the waiver request that we had requested from the Barnstable DPW requirements was not a waiver from any technical requirements or any cost requirements over and above for the installation. It was solely because to not have to go through the papering process of the permit, which would require additional costs. And the applicant, obviously, the 40B, and they're trying, things are limited and restricted as part of the 40B process, so they're trying to manage the costs as best they can, which is the balance that what you look at in a 40B. So they weren't asking to waive any technical requirements, just a papering requirement. The stormwater management system is going to fully comply 100% with all requirements of both the town and the state. That's it on wastewater and stormwater for now, so I'm happy to entertain, or we're happy to entertain questions and then move on.
Okay.
All right, any board members' questions? Danny?
You should.
No, you're good.
Okay, on the sewer, so there's 8 connection stub to the property overall. And you said something about the developer will then deal with the infrastructure within the property. How's that gonna work in terms of sewer charges that the town collects?
That is what I said, that a betterment, so right now the pipe comes to this point, wherever that point is. And then the applicant will be building out, for the subdivision, all the piping to service the buildings in that. And we anticipate that a betterment assessment and the sewer construction permit, sewer connection permit, are gonna be required from the DPW. So that is where they would be addressed. We haven't sought an express waiver from those.
I guess I'm thinking prospectively. Folks have moved in, everybody gets a water and sewer charge. How's it allocated?
That's going off their water bill, their water usage, it's calculated.
It's going, for the individual units?
For the
Everyone will have their own
individual
water
lot,
meter.
per lot.
Got it.
Right,
That was a preface to a question on whether, and it's not really, I guess, related to stormwater management, but will there be an HOA type, homeowners association agreement? One of the concerns that the fire department raised is it is the property owner's responsibility for maintaining access to that emergency entrance, right? Yes. And, snow removal. Yep. So going forward, how will that be handled?
There will be an HOA, and we'll discuss this a little bit more when we get down to just to the legal part about what is provided to you. But to answer your question, there will be an HOA. It would be responsible for all the common portions of the subdivision, like any subdivision, the roads, the playground, the emergency access drive, any of the other infrastructure that is in the subdivision would be part of the HOA.
And both the single-family homeowners as well as the unit owners will participate in this?
Yes, to an extent.
Again,
this hasn't been developed. It hasn't been developed yet, but yes.
Okay.
Because they all use the same roads to get in.
Okay, and I have one more, and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues. You mentioned that you will, you keep prospectively be addressing any comments that DPW has. They sent out a letter back in January with a number of concerns. Have you had any interactions with them since that came out?
Matt has. Matt Eddy, sorry, from Baxter and
From
I.
Baxter and I.
Yeah, the engineer, I can't tell you right now, and he wasn't, not here, I can't tell you what the answers were or where they are with that, but yes, he has been in contact several times with DPW throughout the process.
Yeah, I guess as we move forward, and this is a comment from me and the board, we should maybe get an update from DPW on the various concerns they've raised and which ones you've addressed.
Right. And that's fine, and as part of a 40B process, the applicant is required to come in with preliminary plans. It's anticipated that final plans are done post-comprehensive permit. So you get these questions, for example, if you have a list, let's say 5 questions from DPW, and you've answered 2 of them, but 3 of them you haven't answered yet, those would normally be conditions in your
Decision.
grant of the comprehensive permit. Yeah, you shall answer this, this, and this.
So were you able to remove any of those waivers then? Was between DPW and Baxter and I, were they able to remove some of the stormwater management waivers?
You're actually jumping ahead to the end, so I'll jump right there and say, we had promised you had asked for more. The waivers, when we first came in, were general, per section. We promised you that we will get you details. That is for next meeting. I don't have that answer tonight. Okay. That was one of the things that in my letter that I said we will get those to you.
Okay, then regarding the stub that was installed
Yes.
by the DPW, was that in anticipation of this development, or was it for the 7 bedrooms that are on the 4 lots?
No, it was in anticipation of the 56 units in this proposal before you, the apartment building plus the
Okay, so
20
it's
houses.
appropriately sized.
Correct.
Okay.
Am I right?
Well,
Go ahead, Larry.
that stub was to service your,
You're not on, I don't think.
yeah, it's on.
You
I mean-
get closer to it.
Okay, that stub was to service your project, right?
Correct.
Okay, and,
Yeah, I don't,
pardon me?
Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing comments behind me from the public, but I'm trying to hear you as well.
So you mentioned it somehow related to a subsidy from Commonwealth Builders, and it was like the town's commitment or something?
Under the Commonwealth Builder Program, which is the subsidy that the applicant hopes to use, that program requires what they call a required town commitment. The town has to do something for a project in order for an applicant to be able to qualify for that program. And in this case, the fact that the town built that stub onto the property in anticipation of the project will serve as, this is a state level, it's not something you look at, but at the state level for that program, it will serve as the town's contribution.
Okay, yeah, my kind of comment was, if it was installed for your project, why is it the town's responsibility?
So the town paid to have it installed at the town's expense
The town
before the project was
For
approved.
the stub itself, yes, Mr. Egan.
Yeah, it was part of the town asked me for a favor. Could we please put our sewer lines over your property? Because it will save us $250,000 and 6 months of traffic aggravation for everybody who uses the intersection of 28 and Finney's Lane. I said, fine. And as well as the lot, I have frontage, 195 Finney's Lane has legal frontage on Finney's. And when the town puts a sewer line in front of you, they put the stub on everybody's lot. So they put a stub for 195, which they had to do, as well as while you're taking advantage of my cooperation, please put the stub in for the pre-lot for 195. Every lot gets a stub when the sewer line runs in front of it. It wasn't anything extra.
so the same stub for 195 can service 55 units?
Yeah, they just made it bigger.
Okay, yeah,
Just
no,
like an
I'm
8-inch
just
line,
asking.
it's on there like
Yeah,
an 8-inch
yep.
line. It was,
I'd like to, okay, well, go ahead. Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished.
Okay.
That was my question.
No offense, Attorney Singer, I'd like to hear from DPW that was sort of,
How it went.
yeah, how it went. I mean, that process seems a little bit like, do me a favor and I'll do you a favor, right? I mean, so I'm just curious a little bit about that process. I'd like to hear from them about that.
We can certainly, yeah,
And more
absolutely, it's your
importantly, up
department.
top here, so the first sentence of your memorandum that talked about environmental wastewater, you talked about the nitrogen load, right? That it's gonna be significantly different. All those existing lots are under the purview to be sewered. So your calculations certainly are impressive, but they're not, they're gonna be sewered anyway. So the nitrogen load is gonna shrink without your project. You get what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying. I don't know the timing of sewering on Great
Well, I'm
Marsh
not worried
Road,
about that
and
right now. That's not, again, that's not my concern necessarily, other than, in my opinion, you're talking about the benefits of the project for the nitrogen load, right, in the area. And those 7 properties that have septic, those 7 houses on 4 lots that have septic systems. But I can go look through the property and find out what phase they're under.
Yeah, I'd have to look.
My gut tells me they're in phase 1, right, or close to it. So if they're in that particular area. So they're going to be sewered eventually anyway. So those calculations are certainly going to be more advantageous probably sooner, but not in the big scheme of things, in my opinion. Okay? So I appreciate it. I think it's valuable information, but it's not doing me much to say that this is going to, be the end-all of benefit, nitrogen load-wise.
Well,
Yeah, I get
something
it.
you look at.
Yeah.
We were pointing out that based on the calculations, there is going to be a decrease from existing, or even if you want to say, the existing is going to itself decrease, you're certainly not harming
Understood.
in a nitrogen
And that's
sensitive
fair.
area.
Yep,
And that's the
that's fair.
standard that
Yep,
you're
but
looking at.
that's, again, I think that's understood with sewering anyway.
That is actually why I asked for the report, because I think what you just said needs to be verified. Because
Absolutely.
if the 7 properties that are on septics get converted to sewer, that lowers the nitrogen
It
effluents,
would lower the existing nitrogen effluent.
right?
Correct.
But you're adding 36 units. In
107.
right? I guess, I don't know whether that actually worsens the situation or not. That's why I asked for the report.
Okay.
Because I guess net, if existing properties that are on septic go to sewer, you'd expect a reduction. That's your point, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Because you're on sewer.
Correct.
Oh, and Manny, it's 7 bedrooms, not 7 buildings?
Yeah, it's 4 properties, 7
It's full
bedrooms.
property,
Yeah.
7
seven
bedrooms.
Buildings, is that, by the
Yeah.
way?
7 buildings.
It's 7 existing bedrooms on 4 lots, I heard.
On 4 lots? So 3
It's
houses?
4 lots, it might be 3 houses. at the
3
moment.
dwellings?
Yeah.
I think
The question
3 or
is,
4.
what's the impact of the units, right, on the nitrogen emissions going forward? Understanding that they will be connected to sewer as well. Because there was also a comment from the in the DPW letter about how certain effluents, say from the related to the elevator, cannot be connected to sewer. Does that ring a bell?
It would to Matt Eddy more than me.
Yeah,
but,
okay. But in any event, it would be interesting to see if, in fact, those numbers, in terms of trend, are actually in that direction or the other way.
I will ask Matt to reach out again to DPW and ask we can prepare a response, but also ask DPW to, both of your requests, ask DPW to respond directly.
Okay, and then I had another sort of follow-up on that. So you said that DPW factored in the density for the sewer. So what density, they knew there was going to be a 34-unit apartment building and that many houses there, or what density were they factoring in for?
My understanding is that the scope of this project.
And that was
it
based on the
discussed.
pump station or the plant? They factored in the capacity for the pump station or the plant?
No,
Or neither?
Come on up.
Come to the microphone.
I think the answer is, I think it was, and again, we'll have to ask.
I mean, again,
Matt
I'm
about
just
this, but I believe it was the
repeating your
size-
words.
Simply the size of the stub.
The stub?
Yeah,
Okay. Well, you said that DPW had factored in the density of, and you alluded to the fact that it was either the pump station or the plant to
No,
accommodate this.
Nothing to do with the plant or the pump station. That's,
Okay.
that's already sized to handle
That's big, it's for whatever.
all of phase 1.
But it goes back to the question that we had last time of what the impact of this is on the overall sewer project. Does it affect how far we're able to grab from, does it limit it? You know, it's a significant addition.
We do not believe, and we've had conversations, and maybe we should wait for Matt to triple confirm or get
We will get it confirmed.
Dan Santos to come up and testify, but there's capacity at the plant, the pipe, the pump station for this development and lots of growth in town.
Okay.
Okay. So it's our understanding, and we can try to get, again, DPW to confirm it, but it's our understanding that this will not negatively impact rollout of the sewer to other properties.
Okay, but just for the record, what you were saying earlier was, it's just the stub you were talking about, because you said that DPW factored the density of this project into the sewer.
Okay.
So I'm just trying to clarify, so that was the stub, it had nothing to do with the pumps or the plant?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay, just to be clear.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Any other questions about sewer or?
I mean, it's,
wastewater?
again, pretty evident that we need to hear from somebody, you know, and I certainly, you know, have nothing but ultimate respect for Matthew Eddy and everybody here necessarily, but again, we need to verify here what we're hearing, in my opinion, to know, and I really would like to know, and I'll do some more research on it my own, but when those properties are phased in. Yeah, because if they're, you know, again, it doesn't contradict your numbers by any means, but it certainly doesn't have the wow effect if they're gonna be tied in anyway within the same amount of time or shortly thereafter, in my opinion. So, but I always appreciate when the nitrogen load gets minimized, but that's happening regardless. So, anyway.
All right, so any other questions before we move on to transportation?
Just about the stormwater runoff. It's still going to be you're not going to look for a waiver for that now? You're going to contain all the
We were never seeking a waiver to not contain all the stormwater on site. As I said, the stormwater system is going to comply 100% with all town and state requirements. The waiver was solely over having to file individual applications, a paperwork
for each
process.
unit or something?
Yeah, I believe so, or per lot. So that's all it was. It was paperwork. It was not to the design. The design itself is 100% compliant.
So,
Okay, I'm gonna just jump on that real quick. So again, that's something that's, I mean, sort of allowable to just skip the permitting or the paperwork process if we grant it?
What I heard, and again, we have to get confirmation from beyond us telling you, but what Mr. Egan just said is, if there's a duplication of paperwork in there, I can't explain it to you completely, but we can again ask the department for clarification.
so one, on the subject, one last question, I hope. So the contribution of the town that you mentioned earlier, which is part of the process, was to make that stub wider to support this project long before you filed for approval?
He's up again, yeah.
And again, you talked about the program.
Thank you. The state wants a person doing a 40B project to take on some government subsidy, help. It can be in the form of a low-interest loan. It can be several things. One of the qualifying subsidy programs is Commonwealth Builder. And it's specifically designed for those projects where someone is building single-family homes for ownership. And part of that condition of that program is the host town makes some technical contribution in the eyes of the state. And we believe the installation of the stub, even if it was for the 190, even if it was pre-existing for the existing 195 lot, which is going to get a stub as a property tax paying entity, like anyone else in this room, we believe that we will tell the state, town put a stub in.
But that's my question.
And-
Would the stub...
But it's up to, I haven't even decided to use the Commonwealth Builder, is my point.
No, but I understand that. If, in fact, this was not happening, and that stub was going to be put in place just for 195
Yeah.
Finney, would it be the same stub as the one that the town put in? It sounds like it was put in anticipation of this project. A different, maybe wider, bigger, larger diameter? Any distinction?
it was part of my negotiation with the town when they asked to take an easement over my land, that they put in a stub a little bigger than they would for a single-family lot.
Okay. You answered my question, I get it.
It was, because it was either that or I charge them $250,000, and I didn't do that.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Where is that easement on the plan? And I know we don't have the advantage of,
Well, they can see it on that thing, and
they have that screen.
that's,
And
what you're
have
looking
this
at there is
screen.
on that screen there.
Yeah. So if you can describe it, because I can't see, if you point to it on that screen, I can't see where it is here. Does it show in the plan? So it'd be pretty close to the pump station,
Far
right?
left triangle.
Oh, this here? Oh, right there, okay.
So it was able to stay off. Just pointing out that triangle, which is, so it was able to stay off
So-
the road layout.
Want to nail this down. If, had that not occurred, you could think that the sewer line would have stayed in the middle of 28 until it took a right-hand turn to go to the pump station. By cutting across the end of the Finney Lane lot, they did the hypotenuse and kitty-cornered it and can come in that way. And that's what saved the town. It also allowed them not to make the pipe, I think, 12 feet deeper than it otherwise would have had to have been. There was a lot of benefits, and
Okay, thank you.
While you're standing there, though, you said something that I found to be pretty important a few minutes ago, which was talking about the Commonwealth Builder Program, about single-family homes for ownership.
yeah.
We're going to get to this later on, I hope, but I certainly hope that you will continue to process that, and whether or not that could be a decision that you would move towards with your 33-apartment building.
What's the question?
It's not a question. It's a lead-up. It's foreshadowing.
Okay, sticking with
Mr. Webb,
wastewater. and
Mr.
sewer-
Webb, I understand exactly what you're asking about.
Thank you.
Okay, so sticking with wastewater and sewer. So, Attorney Singer, just to clarify, so the waiver for stormwater that you're asking for is to waive our local requirements and follow the state's requirement, or vice versa?
It is
Can I follow that
just,
up, Jake?
Yeah, let's let him answer it,
Okay.
yeah.
it is so, it is not what you just said. It is solely to not have to file repetitive paperwork to do all of the stormwater connections. But it's not a waiver from the state requirements, it's not a waiver from the local requirements.
Well, because the waiver says waiver to requirements of obtaining a BDPW SWM permit, which I know SWM is stormwater management. What is Barnstable Department of Public Works? So you're saying you're not going to get a permit from BPW?
No, it's just, and I wish Matt was here, he could better answer this, but it is, we're getting permits from the Barnstable DPW. We're just asking for permission not to have to fill out repetitive paperwork to get those permits. We're not asking for waivers not to get the stormwater.
But it says the design shall follow Mass DEP stormwater management policy, but waive the requirements of obtaining a local stormwater management
Are
permit.
you reading from my letter or from
Your waiver request.
the initial waiver
This is your
request?
initial waiver.
Okay, that was done, if that sound, now that I'm listening to it again, and that was something we put together months ago, that needs to be, it's clarifying that. You again asked me to clarify the waivers as we're going forward. What I put in the memo is that clarification. So what you're just reading will be amended.
Okay,
'Cause
so
we are
that might not be
asking
a
to-
waiver request anymore.
Not in that form.
Okay, okay.
I think
Go ahead,
because
Deborah.
usually the local would be stepping up, so it may have a more stricter requirement than it might at the state level. So I think we want to ensure that if there are requirements at the local level, that they're met as well.
Yes, as I've said a few times now, and I'm sorry for the confusion, this project is proposing 100% compliance with all technical requirements of the state and the town for stormwater management.
Okay. So I think
Absolutely.
it's just because it's listed
Yeah,
as one of your waivers.
how it's listed
I'm
is
just looking at it
confusing, I
and-
appreciate that, yeah.
Okay.
I will modify that.
All right, so if anyone else has any questions about stormwater or wastewater, we'll move to transportation. If that's,
Okay. I guess before I even start, I'm glad Randy Hart's in the room, because if you have questions, I'm going to be able to just turn them to him. So, getting to transportation for the next section of this conversation. VHB prepared a traffic impact and analysis study, and they studied 6 different intersections. They collected peak hour data during the summer. They investigated crash history, public transportation availability, as well as present day and future road conditions. So VHB, you've seen them before. They've done hundreds and hundreds of studies on the Cape, and they work on call for many of the towns on the Cape. They did a full traffic and impact and analysis study studying all those matters that I just mentioned. The proposed development is going to result in a total of 344 new vehicle trips per day. Of these, though, there will be a total of 28 new trips at the weekday morning peak, which is 7 entering and 21 leaving. And there'll be 33 trips in the weekday evening peak, which is 20 entering and 13 exiting as people are going to work or coming home. So at peak hours, which are the busiest times, there is the change in traffic impact on Great Marsh Road is going to be less than 1 new car per minute. The numbers are 0.46 and 0.55 for the morning and the afternoon, evening peak, respectively. And based on this, the study concludes that, quote, capacity analyses were conducted for each of the study area intersections and roadway segments under 2025 existing conditions, 2032 no-build conditions without the proposed development, and 2032 build conditions with the proposed development. The analysis results show only minor changes at study area intersections because of this project. And that's just one paragraph. The traffic study itself is incredibly thick and has all of the data backing that up and supporting what it concludes. The proposal itself is going to result in the net elimination of 3 existing or proposed driveways with residents backing out onto Great Marsh Road if there were just individual houses there. There will be only the 1 new roadway with its curb cut on Great Marsh Road. The applicant proposes to install stop signs and stop bars within the new subdivision and at the new curb cut. The applicant's also willing to install the same on Juniper Road across the street at the intersection with Great Marsh Road if that was desired. The proposed location of the subdivision curb cut on Great Marsh Road, that was a question during our meeting with you in January. Where it is on the plan lines up with the layout of the old paper road that goes through the land as it is, which, as part of the subdivision plan that you're reviewing in your wearing your hat of the planning board, we're eliminating that road in its current configuration and proposing to reconfigure it as the road that's on the plan before you. So, but where the new curb cut comes out onto Great Marsh Road across from Juniper, it lines up with where that old paper road layout is now. And the applicant reviewed the possibility of a couple things that came up at the last meeting. One was a possible 4-way stop at the new subdivision entrance, or shifting the new roadway to offset it from Juniper Road. From a transportation engineering perspective, neither of these is warranted, nor we would submit desirable. A 4-way stop intersection there would lead to further traffic delay close to the Finney's Lay intersection. And again, if you have further technical questions on this, ultimately, when I'm done, Randy can certainly address those. As far as shifting the driveway so it's offset, or the road is offset from Juniper, what that would do is not only would it introduce new conflict points on Great Marsh Road, but it also could lead possibly to headlights from the cars exiting the new subdivision shining into houses across the street. By lining up the roads, you eliminate that possibility. As far as the emergency access drive, when we were before informal site plan review, both the DPW and COM discussed this. It was discussed, in the desire for an emergency access drive out to Finney's Lane. It was requested from the property. It would be a gated access. It would be emergency only. It would be a ground vegetated drive. So it's going to look like grass, but it's going to be hardened under it, which you see for emergency ways frequently. It's on the plans. It would have a permanent gate. And that gate would have a Knox box, so the fire department, if they're coming down, could open it up, get a key, open the gate, and get onto the property. Otherwise, nobody could have vehicular access out the emergency drive. There'd be pedestrian access, but there would be no vehicular access able to go out the emergency drive. It is solely for public safety to get in or out if they needed to. Excuse me. In addition, as was requested by the town during those informal reviews, there is, as I noted, the pedestrian access out to Finney's Lane. The applicant agreed to install a sidewalk along Finney's Lane to connect to the existing Route 28 sidewalk and out to the crosswalk. A question was raised about whether that the walkway from the subdivision out to Finney's Route 28 could be shifted from the 195 property over to be on the sewer pump station property. That was a question that was raised. If the town was willing to grant an easement for the applicant to do so, it's certainly something that's potential. I mean, whether the walkway's here or here, you know, it doesn't matter to the applicant so long as the people can get out to 28. Excuse me. So that is something that could certainly be looked into if the town wanted it. That would be the pedestrian path, the emergency access path, the fire safety access drive would have to stay in the current location as requested by the town, because that's what gets you out to the road for a fire truck, or into the road from a fire truck. The proposed subdivision is not going to result in any through traffic to adjacent subdivisions. So, you know, the road that's coming in off Great Marsh Road will be coming around and come back out the same entrance. The driveway for the house on Richardson Road is going to remain its driveway. There's going to be no vehicular connection to that. So there is no through traffic. And as far as speed, there are going to be speed signs within the subdivision for 20 miles per hour. And this comes to the question of interior sidewalks. And in such a situation, and as general, the planning board in Barnstable does not generally require sidewalks in subdivisions that are low speed and not connecting through to other subdivisions. And so that is why an internal sidewalk was not proposed within this subdivision, because it meets all of the traditional situation that the Barnstable Planning Board looks at with residential subdivisions. Excuse me. Finally, on transportation, school buses will stop on Great Marsh Road as they do at present. The applicant is willing to install a bus shelter in the entrance area, you know, off the road, but in the entrance area, a bus shelter which could be used not only for, well, any buses that would stop, but particularly at this point, school buses. Those are our question for you, Mr. Chair. That's it technically, that's it on transportation. The next section, site design and screening, and I think there's some overlap there, so I don't know if you'd like to get to questions or if you'd like me to do that and then get to questions.
Do you guys have a lot of transportation-specific questions, or?
I just have two.
Sure.
I think, yeah, we'll go with transportation. It's
Sounds
a
good.
Nice broad category.
Okay.
You mentioned sidewalks.
Yes.
That they're not required. Would the applicant consider sidewalks within the development? And you're gonna have a lot of people there, they're gonna wanna walk around, maybe get some exercise. And I think it would be dangerous without sidewalks.
So two answers to your question. One, the applicant can certainly look at it. The question would be what it might do to the subdivision itself, you know, for purposes of the roadway width, lot size, et cetera. But I mean, the applicant can certainly, we can ask Matt Eddy to look at that. However, what I would, and this foreshadows the discussion that we get to the 40B law, is that 40B reviews are required to be held to the same standards that non-40B reviews would be. Sidewalks, as I noted, are not typically part of what the Barnstable Planning Board requires in subdivisions where you have low speed and not pass through. So it is not something that you, if this was just before the Planning Board, you know, not as a 40B, sidewalks wouldn't be required. That being said, we can look at it. It may not be economically feasible, but it certainly can be looked at.
I heard it as a request from the residents, and I think you should look at it seriously.
Okay.
Why were they not required? I thought in new subdivision plans, they were usually required at this scale, no?
My understanding from Matt Eddy is they are not.
Okay. Any other questions, Aaron?
Yep. So maybe our traffic guy can help us with this one. The proposed residential development will result in a total of 344 new vehicle trips per day. 28 new trips during weekday morning peak hours, which are 7 to 9, 6 to 10. I don't know what those hours would be.
No, actually, the peak hour is...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Of course. Randall Hart, principal with VHB, the transportation consultant on the project. When we reference the peak hours and those volumes that you just mentioned, it's 1 hour between the hours of 5 in the morning and 9 in the morning. So whatever the peak is during that period, that's what that period represents. There will be traffic the hours before, the hours after, which will be less. We highlight the one peak hour for the morning commuter time frame. We do the exact same thing in the evening. So it's, 3 to 6 or whatever period has the 1 hour highest volume, that's what's referenced.
Okay, but, so, just real quick, I mean, again, so that's 344 new vehicle trips per day, 28 during the peak hour in the morning, 20 or 33 in the evening. There's still 283 more vehicle trips
Yeah,
during the course of the day.
24-hour period, yes.
Yep, again, but from midnight to 6, we're probably not seeing, 1, 2, maybe, right?
Yeah, no, I
So
agree- I
now we're
agree
down to
with you.
282, or
Yeah.
280. There's a lot of vehicle traffic between non-peak hours, right?
There's some.
If there's 344 a day, that seems like, I would assume that majority of those vehicle trips would be during those peak hours. That's what I would just sort of assume, but not the case.
Absolutely. From, like I said, 5 a.m., commuters start commuting, and they pretty much are at work by 9 or 9:30. So you'll have a spike in there, but within that spike period, we look at that 1 hour, that's the highest.
The busiest, yep.
And that's what we analyze to see what the impact of the project is during its most critical period in the morning. We do the same thing in the afternoon. That's exactly what we're explaining in
you do,
the
yep.
document.
Yeah, that seems, again, it's just it's just the numbers are kind of funny when you look at it that way, or the way I'm kind of looking at it is I struggle with 344 and yet only 58 or whatever that number is of peak hour time, so there's another, like I said, there's 283 more vehicle trips a day. Where are they? When are they happening, So that's just a concern I have for sure. That's
So the IT manual that we use for the projections of the traffic, which is a standard practice, everybody does it, and they oftentimes offer temporal distributions to show you what percentage of the traffic daily happens every hour of the day. I'm not 100% certain they have it for residential, but I think they do, and if so, I'll be happy to present it to you next time.
okay.
So, are you still have more questions for Randy?
No.
So, Randy, just why was the traffic study done in the summer? And did you add in calculation, did you identify where the bus stops are near there, how the bus stops impact, this space? Is there an adjustment for school traffic calculation where, everyone's going to school at the same time?
Yeah, so on the Cape, and certainly in front of the Cape Cod Commission, which is the regional, planning agency, they have a requirement that you have to do peak summer conditions. And 1 year, not too long ago, I actually counted Labor Day weekend, which happened to be in September, and that Labor Day was without a doubt one of the highest weeks within the summer, even though it fell into September. I got criticized for doing it because it had a September date on it. And so, the rule is you do it in the summer, peak summer conditions, because after Labor Day, things really do drop off rather quickly. The kids are back in school, sure, but the kids that are here with their parents are back home, off Cape. So peak summer conditions is July, August, and that's the standard, that's the rule of thumb for work on the Cape.
Well, so,
Pattern changes. I mean,
yeah,
the
can we
pattern
ask,
changes.
can we as this board say we want to see a relevant traffic study for fall, school time now?
Yeah,
Can you go off and do it again? Because again, this is a residential neighborhood. This isn't a seasonal area on the Cape. It's not, it's not Wiano Drive, right, where things really begin to thin out. It is a residential, not predominantly, maybe more so or less so than other neighborhoods, but in my opinion, Great Marsh and Finney's are as busy now as they are June, July, and August.
Yeah.
We see it daily. Route 28 in Centerville is, being peak hours, it is a zoo, and we had this conversation with you already over a project that, you've come before us before, so, I'm not, again, I certainly appreciate the summer being peak travel time on Cape Cod, and no doubt, because of the amount of bodies here, but this is a unique piece, I think, that really, as Jake just said, patterns change with times of year, and I don't see that this is, as relatable to summer business, tourism kind of time than not, nowadays, so.
Why don't I do this? The Cape Cod Commission offers month-by-month ratings for traffic conditions. I mean, they do traffic counts in every month of the year. So we know what the percent difference is between August and September. Why don't I present that to you at the next meeting? And, you know, if it's going to be significantly lower. I'm just, I
Well,
can
that's
tell you.
fine, yeah.
But again, we're not the Cape Cod Commission, and this isn't in front of the Cape Cod Commission, it's in front of us.
No, but it's-
So,
but
I mean,
it's-
that's what we're asking for.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm just saying the data's out there to show, to prove that July and August are higher than September and October. So I'm happy to present that to you.
Yeah, and it's just, this is one of those hard things to quantify or sort of qualify, right? It's not volume per se, it's patterns and habits of the people that are living in this area, that are moving about. When you got school buses, you know, whatever it is, during that peak hour, I'd be curious to know if that peak hour is the same as you described here in your summer thing, or is that shift to the 6:30 to 7:30 timeframe? Or what, you know, I'm just curious about those differences, because things happen, right? Things are different nowadays than you know.
I would agree with the shift in the distribution probably, but if the overall numbers are lower, which they are, it's still going to show less impact during September than it would August.
Yeah,
Even with the shift in patterns.
Well, let's see it.
I'm
I mean,
confident
you know,
saying
yeah,
that.
sure, yeah. I mean, I
See,
can't, we're not gonna deny the data. I mean, the data's data, so.
Right.
I just would be curious, and I'm not really, yeah, I don't know how you do it, whether you go back and do a full study, or you gotta take information from the Cape Cod Commission. I mean, you know,
How many bus stops are there on Great Marsh Road existing?
I'd have to get back to you on that, I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, again, that's just, I don't live there, but I feel like I've sat behind buses there. I feel like there's a lot. And so is the proposed that some of them become consolidated to this bus shelter that Attorney Singer offered? Or, you know, again, I think buses stopping is a significant traffic creator. So you didn't count when buses were moving. So that was one thought. I think we discussed last time, Attorney Singer, Richardson Road being a possible in-out, and some people were for it, against it. Was that, I think you're going to go back and look at it and give us a justification of why it was not considered.
Two principal reasons. One, the practical and one, the legal. The practical reason is when you look at the lot, you can see it comes down, it's almost like an hourglass with a really narrow flute right there in the middle. And in talking with Matt Ade, I don't think you could get a road in there practically. But then you also have the legal question. That driveway from Richardson Road is a shared driveway with the neighbor right next door. And so legally, you have a driveway that's shared, and you can't change that into a road, not without the neighbor's permission. And he was here at the last meeting, he's probably in the room tonight. So that didn't seem a feasible alternative.
Okay.
And I would agree. I don't like that
Yeah,
idea
I
personally.
was just sort of hoping there was a
Sure.
justification. It had come up, I think the public brought it up for better, good or bad.
So, you good?
Yeah, I mean, the only other question I had on traffic was there consideration of making Juniper Road, Great Marsh Road, and your entrance to the subdivision a four-way stop? If there, because we didn't hear a
He
lot of
mentioned-
concern about
I
speed
mentioned
on Great
that,
Marsh.
but
Yeah.
I'll let Randy
Oh,
address it.
so that was there.
That
Sorry,
was what I was
thought
talking
more
about.
Inside the
But yeah.
division.
But I could offer some perspective on that. We did take a look at it, and, you know, four-way stops are very undesirable to start with. And they're really only appropriate when the volumes are pretty even around all four movements, because, you know, otherwise you're, you know, really creating this delay on a major movement that, you know, for the benefit of people on the minor movement. Well, the volumes are really way different on Great Marsh, as you can imagine. So introducing a stop sign in those areas would potentially have the effect that Andrew suggested, and that is you might see a queue that gets back near Finney's Lane, because the volume is, you know, 10 times the amount than would be on the two side streets.
So do you have any other proposal of the concern of speed on Great Marsh Road as an existing problem that will probably be exaggerated by this whole, you know?
I have some ideas I'd like to talk to my client about and present it to you at the next one.
Okay.
That's okay?
And then was there any looking at sidewalks there? I mean, obviously you can't do it all, but there was concern about pedestrian access or pedestrian safety on Great Marsh Road. Was that looked at all of, you know, adding sidewalks in there?
Not specific, oh, I can actually, yeah.
Yeah, yes, I looked at it. In my opinion, it makes it less safe. More importantly, from a practical basis, we would be sidewalking over town right-of-way, which would reduce the screening, which was also a concern that people had, that they wanted the buffer zone between the street and the back of the houses to be as vegetated as possible, and we would have to clear to do the sidewalk in. Plus, the sidewalk would only go partial. Wouldn't see putting the sidewalk in front of our neighbor's home that have frontage on Great Marsh. And the other thing is the sidewalk to where, to the corner of Finney's Lane, I guess. And the last thing in my mind was that the town, who is having plans to sewer Great Marsh, would just dig it up, and I think that's the time to put the sidewalk in when they're repaving and fixing the damage from the sewer line.
Okay, so there was no conversation with the town of a collaborative effort to contribute some sidewalk, the town continuing some sidewalk?
No, what we did is we thought it was appropriate to do the sidewalk out onto 28 by the,
Okay.
like, that was the plan.
Okay. Aaron, I think you had.
Yep, so looking at this site plan here, the emergency access road, right, cutting in off of, sort of right there at the island of Finney's Lane, am I correct? I mean, is it really, it's almost on 28.
It's on the frontage.
Sure. Yep, so I would love to hear from Centerville Fire, and I know this conversation has happened. I certainly know the easement issue with Richardson Road, and I don't like, personally, that becoming part of this project. I think it's not favorable really for anybody, in my opinion. That is a really awkward spot for an entranceway to a emergency road. I just can't imagine that they're going to come down 28, blazing to that light, 4 lanes, 2 going each direction, taking a left on Finney's, and then I don't really know what they do, because if this is correct, what I see, there's like an island there that will prevent them from banging a hard left. So do they cut into the oncoming traffic lane to get into the, I don't know.
I'm happy not to put it in.
Well,
Someone here from Tom Fire.
I get it.
We actually don't think it's needed, but it was asked for, and we gave it in the most practical.
Yeah,
best
I
way.
also don't think accessing Great Marsh is probably the best solution either. I know, I get it. I'm not trying to be. I'm just, again, to me, that doesn't look like it's even feasible. So what is the point then? Let's get to the bottom line and say, if Com Fire says, yeah, you're right, we can't get a tanker truck or whatever, their mechanical truck down there and get into that fire road, what's the point?
We can follow up with Com again.
Yeah, I'm just curious about their opinion on that. It just doesn't
informal site
seem
plan
like
review,
it's even accessible for, with traffic, cars backed up at the light. Those lights are on automated stop, go lines because of the fire department, obviously, and the amount of ambulance service that travels that road. So those lights are on an automatic.
Anyone else?
Mr. is telling me, sheet, is it 3.3? If you look at sheet 3.3, we're not able to bring it up. It actually has the turning templates and shows the trucks being able to get in and out. To address your question, Mr. Webb, we can reach out to Com again, but the turning template plan is there for you.
Okay, thanks.
In this traffic study, you did the analysis. Did you do any study recommendations? Any improvements that you're developing or want to make?
Is your microphone on?
Not to date.
Pull it closer.
In the study, did you make any traffic recommendations? Like traffic calming, like stop signs and locations, like striping?
Yeah, there is striping and stop signs in appropriate locations. There is speed signs internal to the site as well. And as I just mentioned, the chair brought up the speed issue on Great Marsh, and we have some thoughts on that as well, which we'll share with you the next meeting.
Okay, so you will share more with us in
Absolutely,
terms of...
for sure.
Anyone else?
Yeah, again, the traffic report, has it been shared with DPW? They wanted to comment.
It's been publicly filed. I can't tell you whether they've read
Well,
it.
their letter as of January said they were anticipating seeing the traffic report to comment on it. I raised this because this board is put in the sort of an unenviable position here, playing gatekeeper. And we need to hear from the various subject matter experts on each of these areas. So if DPW will comment and give us input on or as Aaron suggested, we get another firm to review or even conduct a separate study. But we need input, and they asked for it in the letter of January, and I think the report's been around for a while. It would be useful if you'd share it with them so we can get their input.
We'll follow up again in case they haven't.
I believe it was.
Yeah. But we'll follow up to confirm that.
Okay, anyone else? Transportation? Okay, so site design and,
Okay. Site design, excuse me. So the design itself, obviously why are we here? It's to provide an unmet housing need that's needed in the community. And again, this is a response to comments that we heard at the last meeting. Who are going to be living here? Who's going to be owning the houses? Who's going to be renting the apartments? And they're going to be teachers, nurses, public safety personnel, young people, and others. And that's why we need the housing. That's the problem we have on the Cape. What's being proposed for the houses themselves is a mix of three.
can everyone just be quiet in the back, please? If you need to have a conversation, you just leave the room.
What is being proposed is a mix of 3- and 4-bedroom houses on the single-family lots. And we had provided you with elevations and floor plans of the, excuse me, 3-bedroom houses with our original application. And on the supplemental submission, we also submitted copies of the elevations and floor plans for a typical 4-bedroom house. So you have elevations and floor plans for all of the 3 varieties of potential single-family homes that are being proposed. Excuse me. Each house lot is going to have a private 2-car driveway. So again, these are preliminary plans. So each lot will not be fully site designed with its driveway and its house until someone's going for a building permit from the building department. But so and what is being proposed, each lot's going to have space for the house, going to have space for a 2-car driveway off the street. There'll be building envelopes, there'll be landscaping, and ultimately, as I mentioned, the individual lot development and utility plans will be provided to the building department because everyone's going to have to pull a building permit for each house that goes up. Regarding the apartment building itself and the parking spaces, the Barnstable zoning ordinance actually has some competing information. In one place, it lists that parking spaces should be 9 by 20, and then there's also a graphic that says spaces can be 9 by 19. What is being proposed is 9 by 19. There is no requirement for a 10-foot wide space anywhere in the zoning ordinance. It's either 9 by 19 or 9 by 20, and we're proposing 9 by 19 for the apartment building lot itself. As for the building height waiver for the apartment building, it is for only 6 inches above the maximum height and what is considered a half story. If this building had a smaller top level, it would be a 2.5-story building, which is allowed. Because to get the housing, it's a full 3-story building, it needs a half-story waiver. But it also needs the height waiver, but it's only 6 inches. It is not a significant waiver from the zoning ordinance. And as far as what that would mean, 6 inches over what? Can you see it or not? The apartment building, if you forget the trees and you forget the other houses and you forget everything that's between the apartment building and the road, or the roads, meaning Great Marsh, Finney's, and Route 28, just from a distance-wise itself, the apartment building is going to be approximately 390 feet from Great Marsh Road, 300 feet from Finney's Lane, and 260 feet from Route 28. When you add in all that other screening that I mentioned that's there, we would respectfully submit that you might see part of the roof of the building, but you are not going to see much of the building from off-site. And that 6 inches for the waiver is not going to make a difference over the length of a football field. As far as some of the amenities for the apartment building, there will be bicycle racks. There will be no exterior storage is proposed at the apartment building. And again, these are answers to questions that you had, so I'm sorry if they seem like they're going a little bit around. Solar is not an option with the apartment building because they are proposing to put the mechanicals up on the roof so that you don't have to put those on the ground somewhere else where they'd be more visible. And that allows, they'll be hidden from view, but you can't put solar on the apartment building. The individual homes will be solar ready or capable of solar ready, depending on, trees and shading and everything that goes into that. There will be a 10-foot landscape buffer along Great Marsh Road. And the applicant's is committing to maintain the existing vegetation in this buffer to the extent practicable. He's also willing to plant additional trees in this buffer. Now, this is, and Mr. Egan referred to it a minute ago, when you go to the Great Marsh Road layout, you have the paved surface. The layout's wider than the paved surface. So there is vegetation in the layout that the town owns that is also part of the screening, just because it's there, unless it was cut down for a sidewalk or something else. And so the screening from Great Marsh Road is going to be everything that's in the layout, the 10-foot vegetated buffer that's required on site, which would be the backyards of those few houses that back onto Great Marsh Road. And so there will be screening. And again, screening for both the houses and the apartment building, screening is intended to be screening. It's not intended to be a block. Development is allowed to be seen from off-site. The question is it appropriately landscaped? And we are proposing that, submitting that with what is being proposed, there will be sufficient adequate screening, landscaping for the proposal. And we're not asking for specific waivers on that. Another question was, there is a playground that is being proposed near the apartment building, which is going to be available to all of the residents of the subdivision, both the single-family lots as well as the apartment building. No fence is proposed around the playground itself. A fence may be required around the stormwater management, the swale there. That is something that Mr. Eddy is going to have to look at further. Is going to be dark sky compliant lighting throughout the subdivision, so there'll be no glare off-site. One question was the possibility of a rendering from Great Marsh Road. As I noted just in talking about the screening, I'm not sure how much you will see from a rendering. We have not done one now. That takes a while to do. If that's something that ultimately is requested, we can provide one. Though again, with all the screening and the houses and the distance, if you're looking at the apartment building, I don't think you will see very much. Let me see, under the, I'm going to jump to actually, let me hold off to that. That is the site design, to the extent, to the questions we were able to answer to date.
Okay. So just sort of overarching question here. So you said that the building department will review basically the design standards. What design standard criteria are they using?
Well, no, not design standards. No, the houses that are going to be, so you have three, looking at the single-family houses, you have three models, 2 3-bedrooms and 1 4-bedroom. Those will be the only, if you approve those will be what the houses are going to look like. What I was talking about in individual plan is, so I buy a lot. My builder goes in to the building department and says, here's a site plan. I picked the 4-bedroom house. Here are my building plans for that house. Here's the site plan. Shows the house and the lot, shows the driveway, shows whatever is the utility connections, whatever you would normally need for a building permit. And then the building department would then review and ultimately issue that building permit or ask questions if they needed more information. But all requirements for a building permit application, utilities, construction standards for the house, et cetera, would be met, or you wouldn't get a building permit.
Okay.
But you would be approving this design of the houses.
Well, that's the structure of the house, but we haven't seen a landscape plan, or like you said, we haven't seen a driveway layout or anything of that nature, which the building department doesn't really have control of.
Well, no, and that normally wouldn't be something that you would look at in a subdivision review. What is being approved are the lots themselves, and then ultimately, what is built on the lots has to comply with local requirements.
So you have to pull a building permit for each lot?
Every house.
No, it's not just one subdivision permit?
No, it's per lot. There's going to be 21, there'll have to be 21 permits. The apartment building and then, well, 19, because 40 Richardson already exists, so 20 new, 19 new houses and then
Yep.
the apartment building.
I have two questions. The three types of homes, someone has to pick one of those, right? There's no variation as to what's going to be built?
Correct, for the houses, it's,
Very small changes are allowed.
Such as-
what, Mike, can you come up? He's saying very small changes might be allowed, so I just want to say.
Right, but, change is a change.
So assuming we receive your blessing and we have the site plan review as proposed, we then go back to the state and we together, mainly, well, they write it, we nod our heads politely, and they assign, they tell us which lots on which lots the affordable homes will be built. They ask us how many of the 3-bedroom homes are we going to build of the capes? And they'll say, for every 3 that you build market of this cape style, you need to build 1 affordable. And they'll say, and so everything's going to be divisible by 4, 25% rule. And if I said, we're going to build 4 ranch styles, they'll insist that one of them be, and they'll also insist at what rate we build it, meaning the affordables tend to get built first. And so exactly which style is on which lot will come later as a discussion, because I can't really tell you which lot is going to get an affordable versus a market.
But there'll be one of those 3 styles, is that correct?
Yeah, one of those 3 styles.
That's what I was
And, there's a similar, I've spoken to the developer who did Katuitt Meadows, and, which is a 40B on the other side of town, of single-family homes. And, you're allowed, with the state, you're allowed to be, the state wants them all to be the same, so there's no difference between a rented unit, an affordable unit and a market rate unit. But there is some allowance for a different colored door, one might have a dormer, or things like that. So they have to be similar. And the square footage can't be any more than, I think, 10% bigger or smaller. But whatever you build is the same.
Okay, my other question is about light. I mean, right now, that's I'll call it a wooded area, all right? You're gonna go in and disturb that. So to what extent are you gonna do that? I mean, there's gonna be clear cut? Are we gonna leave trees? Because it's gonna be vastly different. And even though you're using, sensitive lighting, there's nothing there now. So it's gonna really visually impact the residents, I think.
Change is bad.
I think it's a little bit more than change.
So we're going to adhere to the lighting standards, and we're going to do our best to phase the tree clearing, do the road first, and lots kind of, I don't know what pace we're going to go. I don't know how many we can build over 1 year, 5 years. But we're only going to clear what we need in the moment. So
Right, but eventually you're gonna clear a large area.
it's a dense site. It is what it is. There were, like, the same comment came out of neighbors, and I've been out myself. There were trees once upon a time where my house now lives, and they're not there anymore.
So are there some trees that are going to remain, or you guys haven't identified?
We haven't done it.
All right, the ones, as I mentioned, the only ones that we've identified right now are, or not specific trees, but that 10-foot buffer along Great Marsh Road that I mentioned, that is something that has to remain.
Is the tree warden aware of this, and you're gonna have any discussions with him, or whomever that may be?
I don't know if the tree warden has any jurisdiction on private property, but I don't know if he was I don't think he was part of site plan review.
Okay, because they usually, determine what trees
Yeah,
can come down.
I think
the health of the trees.
there is a tree that we want to remove at the new curb cut for sightline for safety, and I think the rules are that you need to consult with the tree warden for that one.
Because that one may be in the layout, I think.
Thank you.
Question? Excuse me. So the buffer is only being considered along Great Marsh and possibly Finney's, but not to the adjacent homeowners, or is that being considered? behind? Those people that are there now and are still going to be there after your houses get put in?
Well, there is a 10-foot perimeter buffer requirement in the zoning ordinance. So that's not just along the road, that'll be wherever it
Right, but
butts
is
up.
it vegetated? Is it going to be a screen? I know there's a 10-foot setback, but it doesn't require
Yeah.
anything.
We haven't gotten there. As Mr. Egan just said, they're gonna go, lot by lot, which is what you normally do with a development. So I can't answer that question more specifically.
Well, other developments, not necessarily 40B, have had such screening. Actually, I think they were 40B included, but some consideration of your adjacent,
Guess you consider making that a requirement, but we're not.
it's worthy of discussion.
Yeah,
I don't know about
worthy of discussion,
requirement.
sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think some level of a landscape plan, a preliminary landscape plan would be
Well,
helpful.
we did submit it one. You might not feel it's adequate, but there is a preliminary landscape plan in the package.
This one. That?
Yes.
I mean, it's a landscape plan for the apartment building, but it's not a landscape plan for a development you're asking for us to approve.
It does go out to the entrance, does it not?
So then there's no landscaping.
Well, no, there's nothing, again, this is a subdivision, we're not designing all 19 new house lots, which is, I think, what you're referring to, Mr. Dewey. And so there would be landscaping eventually, as anyone would in their house, in the property, but we're not designing the landscaping for every single house on the lot, on the property.
But don't you think, I mean, again, I'm only one board member, but it would be appropriate to have some sort of landscape standard for the subdivision? I mean, are there gonna be fences between all these lots and houses? Is there gonna be, or we're just letting you you decide that as you go?
Or the homeowner.
Or the homeowners, yes.
But it's a condo association. The whole thing's a condo association, right?
No, this is not a condominium.
But it's a
HOA.
common builder. It has
There's an HOA, but it's not a condominium.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a subdivision,
So it's an HOA that'll have HOA rules.
Oh, yes.
Specific to landscaping buffers and
correct.
landscaping maintenance.
Yes.
So don't you want to start with what that is?
At least a typical. There should be something showing what this area around these houses is gonna look like, because, like I said before,
Even
you're
if
gonna
just
come
one
in
of
and
them.
take everything out.
I don't want to be abrupt. There will be some landscaping. It'll be probably specifically unique to every house, because we don't know exactly where in the building envelope every the house will go. Assume it's 100% grass, and they'll have to mow it.
I mean, we can talk about it more. I just think, like, even if you just picked, like you did with the different style of house that's in there, we'll draw that out, what a typical lot would look like. Is it a white picket fence on the front, or hedges, or, like you said, it's just straight grass and that's it?
The plan was to do it on one house and show it's representative or symbolic.
Okay.
We can do it, so as
I mean, I
Mr.
think
Egan
that's
said,
what I asked
we
for
could do
last
a,
time, was just something to give us an idea, to start to feel like, so we can start to feel what this is gonna look like and how it's gonna live. How it's gonna feel for the residents.
Okay. As Mr. Egan just said, we can do they can do a representative lot. It's going to be representative. It's not gonna be something that we'd be saying, this actual condition that it's going to be this. It'd be something similar.
Okay.
It's just, again, I think I know where the board's going here with these questions, but my opinion is these are going to be individually owned lots.
They are.
So if I want to put a hydrangea or a rhododendron on my property, potentially, depending on the HOA, I could probably do that. So the uniformity of landscaping is going to be variable, depending on the homeowner,
Yeah.
right? I mean,
But
again,
I think there's setting a design
Yeah,
standard,
no,
an
yep.
expectation, so it's not just.
yep, I'm not disagreeing with that necessarily either, but I think, again, as these properties mature,
Yeah.
and I decide I want to, I like roses, and I put a rose bush in, because my neighbor to the left doesn't have that, there's going to be, not the same uniformity that we could expect in a condominium or some other kind of,
We just have to remember what we're allowing is going from what's allowed here, two houses or something technically on this, or it's something like very small. We're allowing 20.
Oh, dude, that's not,
Yes, back in the day, we created these subdivisions and there weren't any rules and everyone's got to buy lots and do whatever they wanted with them and build them out and whatever. I would just think it's helpful if we give some sort of standard of an expectation of what it's going to look like.
We can, again, we can do a standard, but as you said, you hear horror stories about HOAs where, they leave the garage door open and next thing you know, someone's getting a fine. So we're trying to balance that, but as Mr. Egan said, we can try to do a representative.
Yeah, and I guess some of the HOA sort of specs that would be included in your, desirable HOA would be nice for us to see. It would help us to know, again, the level of commitment. And again, it's all for common areas, so there's HOA fees, right? I have
Yes.
Obviously, we'll have an HOA. You should put in your conditions that we'll have to have one. You could certainly, I would advance if you said no fertilizing of the lawn, going back to the nitrogen problem. That would be something I would put in the HOA.
So put it in there and let's see it.
Well, it's normally not I haven't written it yet.
Yep.
And I don't want to write it yet. And
I get it.
I don't think I have to write it yet.
Yep, I understand. No, that's fair.
But I
Yep.
certainly, anything you guys want to do with, safety, concern, community, things like that. But, a very expensive, detailed landscape plan that we're held to would just make everything more expensive and the affordable won't be affordable.
But what do you envision the HOA fee being? I mean, you can.
It's going to do normal, rebuild the roads, fix
course,
the
so
sewer line,
I-
do the water, rebuild the amounts. I don't know the amounts. No.
Yeah, well, again, it's just a factor of the affordability piece, right? Again, it's another.
Yeah, and the higher that is, the lower the mortgage the person can get, and the less I can sell the home for. So it makes the home more expensive.
Right, because there are income restrictions on the
And
HOA too.
it goes 80% AMR, and they add up all their housing costs. So that's part of the housing cost.
Would the HOA limit short term?
Maybe.
Commonwealth Builder, it has to, so.
I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Yeah,
it would be.
but it may not go that route.
I'd love to.
so-
If
It's one?
I said that would be, it might make the marketing of this better, and if I'm allowed to by the state, I will. But I don't think I'm allowed to. We'll find out.
Do STA, short-term rentals.
No, I thought you meant lower the price of the HOA.
No. Yeah.
No, short-term, I don't know. Yes, I think a homeowner can do anything to his house that someone else can do to their house
In town.
in town, yeah.
Yep.
And I would like to address that buffer on with the adjacent neighbors sometime in the future, near future, either as a requirement for the whole project or as a requirement for each individual lot when they get developed. Because I hadn't understood that before, that these are going to be, the lots are going to be sold or, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a subdivision, yeah. And that's what was actually desired, to have ownership. That's why they're being proposed, as opposed to as Mr. Egan said at the first meeting, one of the proposals he looked at originally was having, 3 or more apartment buildings, just do apartments, and, multifamily, and not have any single-family homes. But the hybrid model here was put in as it was desirable.
I have one more thing. Excuse me, I think we're talking about two different things when it comes to landscaping. I mean, I understand that's, what the owner would want, but I'm thinking site development. Are you gonna leave trees between these properties or anything, because I've seen a lot of subdivisions with old growth trees.
Again, if you look at the preliminary landscape plan that was provided to you, it deals more with the common areas, at the entrance and the apartment building, which is what you'd expect. As far as the lots, they're not large lots. No one's done, at this point, I don't believe anyone's surveyed every tree on the property to your point. I don't know what kind of trees might be in there. But the lots are, they're gonna have to meet the setbacks, and they're gonna have to, so you're gonna have to clear on a lot to build a lot, obviously, and, yeah.
I mean, I think, again, I don't want to make you do a full-on landscape plan, but for a project of this scale, it would be really nice if there was some renderings. We haven't seen for projects of this scale, whether they're 40B or not, I think it is very common practice that there's some pretty pictures that give us a sense of a feeling of what this feels like. You know, an architect draws
farther along than-
you know, like the drawings from Avalon of their modular homes are just their modular homes that they sell to anyone, anywhere. You know, give us a feeling of how this lives and how this will look and live when you walk down the street. You know, I know these architects are very talented and they have programs or however they do it, but they can make you sort of see and feel how it lives.
Our architect is in the room and listening to you right now.
So I think that would be a little bit helpful for us and I think for the public to just get more comfortable with how this is going to actually feel and look, because a black and white drawing of, you know, postage stamped out lots with boxes on them is not, you know, reflective of what it'll actually feel like when it's done. One question back to parking. So I understand the size of the spaces. You guys are sort of just deciding which one you want to go, but you also are looking for a waiver, right, for parking spaces in a row without landscaping. Is that right? We're not in compliance with that?
I believe so. I haven't looked at that in a little while, but I believe on the apartment building,
Yeah,
the landscaping is on the edges of the parking as opposed to within the lot itself. So that would be
And
a waiver.
again, just, I mean, looking for you to justify why you can't comply with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've looked, I don't see a 19-foot graphic anywhere. And I would be against 19-foot spaces anyway. And then, it's hard to tell from the plan that we have, but how are you going to back out of these parking spaces or into without hitting somebody? I mean,
I think
It
the
do- it seems
engineer
like-
did a turning calculation that it's
Yeah,
sufficient, but.
It's a site engineered plan, and again, Matt Eddy could go through it with you next time more closely, but, you know, the turning, we gave you a turning template plan for the fire trucks, and the site's been designed for a regular parking lot.
and still on the subject of parking, not all these lots, but some of the lots, at least where the homes are depicted, it doesn't look like there's room for 2 parking spaces. And then also, you have 3 to 4 unit houses.
They're waiting to take their land back.
Bedroom
I mean, I
houses?
can see the 3 units, 3 bedrooms, I should say, sorry. Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, 1.5 parking spaces per bedroom. Is that right? Yeah. So, but with a 4-bedroom, you're still only having 2. And then, I don't know how many, I could probably see, but how many parking spaces there are for the apartment building per unit?
The number of spaces being proposed complies with the zoning ordinance.
They're not looking for a waiver for parking.
Yeah.
It's 36 units, 1.5 spaces per unit, 54 spaces plus 5 guest spaces.
And 2 spaces per single-family dwelling, which is what's required.
Any other questions?
I'm trying.
Okay. All right, do you want to move on to what was next?
Sure. And I understand that when I'm done, the public is going to get
Yep.
a chance to speak again.
Correct.
Yep. All right. So the last couple parts, we've kind of foreshadowed some of this already, so this is going to be quicker. And I won't go through it all at depth, but I gave you a section on pages 4 and 5 of my memorandum discussing the comprehensive permit law, because this is a different type of review, as I think Mr. Alves noted. You guys are wearing a lot of hats. And so, you know, we did give you the preliminary plans, which is what's required. We've been discussing tonight additional details that you would like. You know, a comprehensive permit anticipates that final plans will ultimately be done post-comprehensive permit. That's why we've been discussing the building permit plans and the final DPW plans and all of that, the sewer connection plans. Everything with that does come afterwards. As far as, at the end of the day, you know, when you get to voting, the legal standard you're looking at, as I noted last time, is consistent with local needs. That is not the same as whether there is support or opposition in the community for the project. Under Chapter 40B, and you vote by majority vote as opposed to a supermajority vote, so you need 3 out of 5 as opposed to 4 out of 5, which you need under 40A, which is what you regularly do. What is consistent with local needs is a defined term, and there is a rebuttable presumption, and I gave you the case law and some other points in the memorandum. There is this rebuttable presumption that the regional affordable housing need outweighs local concerns where the town's stock of low and moderate income housing is less than 10%. Barnstable is less than 10%, and so there is that rebuttable presumption that the project is consistent with local needs. That, however, then turns back to you and the balancing that you're looking at. You're looking at, are there valid health, safety, environmental design, open space planning, or other local concerns that outweigh that presumption? And that's what we're discussing with you back and forth, and we'll be continuing to discuss with you. But that's the standards that you look at. And so again, I provided, and I won't go through all of it tonight, but it's in the memorandum for you discussing the legal standards in more detail. The final points I just wanted to make, and we did address some of these already, but on the waivers, as we've noted, we will be giving you more detail. I'm going to break that out more specifically. There was a question about ADUs and whether under the new Affordable Homes Act that the state adopted, would ADUs be allowed in an affordable housing subdivision? And there is no answer from the state at this point. And so we can't answer that question. Nobody knows. The state hasn't weighed in on that. If we learn of an answer while we're in this process, we'll definitely get it to you. But we did look into that, and there's just no answer. And I also noted about the HOA, and we've discussed that a lot so far, but as Mr. Egan had noted, if there are specific concerns, that you find of interest, then request them. For example, he threw it out, but if there was we don't want nitrogen, no nitrogen fertilization. If there are things that you feel you would like to consider, and that is something that we can certainly discuss with you. I actually appreciate breaking it down with you the way we did it, because we were able to get different issue areas out and at least get your initial questions. We'll sit down now. I know or unless you have more questions now, I know there's going to be public comment, but we're happy.
I've got a question just on that. You said, so it's dependent on the local need.
Correct.
And the metric of that you're using is just the straight that we do not have 10%?
Under the case law, yes, the metric is that, and that's what, and it's in, I gave you the literature in my letter on page 4. It's just, and these are court cases that I cited, there is a rebuttable presumption that it's consistent. Again, that doesn't end the discussion. You guys have to do that balancing that we're discussing on the issues. But there is, yes, a rebuttable presumption because the town is less than 10%.
Okay. But you haven't considered or presented other metrics of needs. We haven't had like a reference to our housing production plan or other
that was in my original
metrics.
Oh, yes, we did. In the original summary of reasoning that we submitted to you, there are quotes, and 3 of them. We went with a housing production plan.
From 2016, right?
And I don't have that in front of me right now.
But that's fine.
But there was a whole section in my original summary of reasoning from January that had 3 paragraphs, I believe, that cited 3 different sections and 3 different metrics of local Barnstable ordinances where this project is consistent with the housing production plan and the housing goals of the town of Barnstable. I can pull those back out for you for the next meeting, but they are in there.
But we don't, I know it's not a requirement. I think it's something we could ask for. None of our other boards, whether it's the housing committee or we ask the housing authority or someone to weigh in on this, we don't have any letters of support or confirmation of that consistency of need at this point, correct?
All local boards got notice of the application. They request, I think Anna sent them out, requesting any comments they wanted to provide to you. If they didn't provide comments, then they didn't provide comments, but they were all afforded the opportunity to.
Okay.
Yeah. And ultimately, you are the decision maker for all of them.
Yes.
I mean, it's you.
So lastly, I have one more point too here. I'm looking at C5.0. And again, it doesn't necessarily matter which one I'm looking at, but it looks like our apartment building is labeled as Lot 20. Does that ring a bell?
I believe it does, because you have 19 house lots. The apartment building will be 20, and then you have Richardson Road as the 21st lot.
So I'm curious in relation to, again, let's say Lot 10 and 11, that sort of is abutting to looking at the plan on to the left. If Lot 20 could be carved up into single-family lots where the apartment building is, this is my, yeah, going back to my, this is where,
It's not
this
so
is
much
my,
foreshadowing anymore.
this is
you're
my
getting it.
ask here, yep. Again, I'm sure you've looked at it. I assume you've looked at it, you know, over the course of the 3 apartment buildings, all single families, but my ask is, can we look at that Lot 20, apartment building and parking lot, and see if we can't even potentially shrink, you know, some of the lots that are in this pre-existing site plan as presented to squeeze in. Again, I don't know how many more can go in here. I don't have the metrics. I don't have the acreage of just Lot 20. But could it be chopped up into single-family lots?
So as we had earlier conceived of I'll say 100% rental plan, which would have had 5 36, give or take, unit buildings for a total of 150 units. And we didn't think that was appropriate. We did also look at what we call 100% single-family thing, and the economics there are not good,
Okay.
and to the point of not being doable. And so which we came up, we call this the hybrid plan. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Webb, and let you know that, you know, we're creative, entrepreneurial people, and we continue to look at all options.
And I appreciate
I promise you,
that.
I'm not considering coming back with the 5 apartment buildings, so.
Yep, no,
I'll give you that. And it's-
I appreciate
yeah,
that.
And these discussions, I'm happy to have discussions. It's just inappropriate for me where they get into negotiation. It just isn't fair to you or the people behind me or me. So we're doing our best.
I get it. I just, again, to me, you know, looking at this, knowing what we're looking at, you know, location-wise, density-wise, the ask of the 33 apartment buildings, to me, brings this to a level that is a much tougher pill to swallow, where I sit. This was just my seat. So,
Mr. I don't know if you can pronounce Herb's last name.
Bodensee.
Mentioned earlier about density, and
I'm not even again, I'm speaking solely as myself, and I'm at preliminary. I'm not saying this is definitively what I'm going to say yes to, but I'm not even opposed to it being slightly denser if it was all single family. Lots for sale.
yeah, I don't think
The affordability piece remains, which I'm appreciative of. I think there's nobody in this room that doesn't appreciate the affordability piece. And, you know, to a degree, we all have opinions on whether or not we're in this, you know.
A 100% single-family lot plan would be less dense than 56 units.
Density would be lower.
Yeah, okay, yeah, well, that's certainly true, but yet, I just mean the density of the lots themselves.
Saying smaller lots.
Correct.
You know,
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
have to be, right,
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, can we figure out a way within this structure?
The math is about the number of units. A 3-bedroom apartment is a unit, a 2-bedroom apartment is a unit.
I understand, so forgive me, I didn't mean less dense. I just mean, can we
The
tighten
simple
this
model
thing?
is,
Can we make these lots smaller to accommodate more? If we take in lot 20 and carve it up into more single-family lots, would there be a way forward with that application?
the answer is, it would end up in less total units, and therefore it's less economical. So that makes it difficult.
I know, but again, you're missing my point. I understand it's less, is it so less economical that it's out of the realm of possibility?
Let's just say that's not what I'm asking for today.
yeah, that's not what's before.
I
today.
understand that. I just, again, we have an opportunity here to talk to the applicant. That's what I'd like to do. So I'm just asking you, as part of our review process here, to ask you to go back one last time. I know you've reviewed this 1,000 times.
I will go back.
Thank you.
I guess one question I had to follow up on that was that when you were looking at that, the hybrid versus, call it the single-family model, was Commonwealth Builder in play at that point? Because Commonwealth Builder could apply to all, if you did all homeownership buildings, it could apply to everything. It won't apply to the.
It's a matter of what percentage we want it to apply, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, are there other, I don't know the answer to this, are there other state programs that would be more beneficial to you as the applicant if you went one route or another?
Not that I'm aware of, but
Yeah,
they,
maybe,
we're concerned that Commonwealth Builder's not going to be funded, so.
yeah, okay, no, I get it. I understand the challenges here, and it's all about economics. I understand that, but it's also, like I said, to the people that live there and, you know.
I'll come back and I'll have my list of asks. How about that?
Thank you very much.
Just in the miscellaneous category, Attorney Singer, I had asked about, again, back to economics, possibly bringing the apartment building down to 2 stories, so you didn't need the waiver there. Was that looked at?
Mr. Egan just answered that question. Economics.
Okay.
And then one more thing, real quick, about the apartment building. You mentioned mechanicals on the roof. They'll be screened
Yes. because
with the
they're-
design?
Yes,
Yep, sides will come up.
correct.
And no, even from your angle of Route 28, looking at it from the Flagman building or whoever, you're going to be looking into this.
I'm looking at the architect. I believe the answer is
Yeah,
yes.
okay,
They're
I'm just
behind the
curious.
roof.
Again, mechanical,
Yep.
you know,
You see the roof, and they'll be behind and under the,
yep,
below
okay,
that.
over the overhang, yep,
Yep.
yep, I hear you. That's fair.
I just had a couple other miscellaneous questions. This is all electric, right? There's no gas in here? Correct.
Correct.
I mean, I think it's going to become a requirement from the state, but how will supplemental power be provided, particularly for the apartment building without gas, generator-wise? And then we said solar couldn't go on the roof. Was there looking at solar going on the carport, doing solar carport type thing of that nature? I know the state is really big on solar, so I just didn't know if that was eliminated as not possible. And I think that, again, the tree removal thing, if there was some sort of summary of percentage that'll be cleared, I think would be helpful. And then I guess I know this doesn't go to the commission, but are there any waivers from Cape Cod Commission requirements that would apply to this project otherwise?
The only waiver that I have in the list is the Cape Cod Commission under state law is considered a local board for purposes of 40B. So the only waiver is to not go to them for review over 30, any regular subdivision, 30 or more residential units, you have to go to the Cape Cod Commission. In this case, the waiver is not to go to the Cape Cod Commission.
Okay. But if it went to the Cape Cod Commission, I'm just wondering what it would trigger, in terms of open space, undisturbed land, some of the
Oh, it would
different
be
components.
completely different.
Yeah.
The open space requirements would be significantly greater. It would be very different.
So,
Go ahead.
But that is not, that's why the waiver request is there. And normally the Cape Cod Commission submits a comment letter on 40Bs. Did you get one? Okay, usually in all the 40Bs I've done, the Cape Cod Commission has submitted a letter. To that, yeah, so I can follow up with them. They usually do.
so again, I just want to I want to just hear that again real quick. I was confused. You said that if this went to Cape Cod Commission, this project would look 100% different, well, not 100%, but certainly different than it does today.
It would be the same project, but it would just be, there'd be all these other requirements.
So it's going to look different.
But this is the point is, under the Cape Cod Commission Act, this is the Cape Cod, I'm sorry, under 40B, under the Commission Act, I'm sorry. It's considered a local board, so we don't have to go to them all. You're, again, standing in their stead, the same way you are for the planning board and the health department.
But again, is 30 or more units would be required.
Right.
This doesn't meet that? Because we're looking
More
at.
than 30 units.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So again, I'm just confused. I just don't get that. If they're, I'm just confused. I'm sorry.
So, for example, if this was not a 40B and we wanted to do a subdivision of this land, correct? Mm-hmm. We're in the RPOD, and you said it before, Mr. Dewey, we could do however many lots we could do. It would be nowhere near the number of lots we proposed, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. It's the same. If this went to the Cape Cod Commission, there's no way we could do the number of lots we're seeking because of their various rules. So it's the same as the planning board. It's that you're looking, in order to encourage affordable housing, you're allowed the density bonus and you waive those local requirements that would not otherwise allow that density. In this case, the Planning Board, the Cape Cod Commission, those are similar rules. So it's, the Cape Cod Commission, an application before the Cape Cod Commission would be the same as an application before, under the RPOD. It would look completely different. And that's why you have the waiver.
But we can ask the commission to make comments and say
Oh.
what they would if it went before them, but they're not.
And if they haven't, this will be the first of more than 24 projects that I've done that they haven't.
Why is that? I mean, what would you, again, just in your opinion, why would that be?
That they haven't submitted a letter?
Yeah,
They're busy.
Yeah, I don't know.
that's why?
Oh, maybe Jim can answer the question.
I mean, what are they there for?
I'll ask. I don't mind a letter from them. I just.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Good evening. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development. In regards specifically to the Cape Cod Commission, we did, when the application came in, discussed with them about their purview. They have rendered their decision, as they have for every other community on Cape Cod, that they don't have jurisdiction here, but they will offer comments. We have not received those comments yet. We have provided them with the original application and the subsequent information. We're still pending that response. Kind of expanding on that, if I may, just real quick. I think this is kind of a consistent theme this evening. There's a severe lack of detail provided to this board, and I think that's why we're struggling with answering a lot of these questions. I don't disagree with Attorney Singer in terms of the applicant is certainly allowed to submit a preliminary application to the board. But as you sit in the seat of all the other boards, you're then producing a plan that grows and evolves as the permit and the hearing is proceeding. We haven't received that next evolution of that preliminary plan. The 3-page DPW report is still lingering. They have not received updated plans from Mr. Eddy. I think that would go a long way in terms of analyzing stormwater and answering a lot of your questions regarding that. I do want to clarify, too, you ultimately are creating a list of conditions, potentially, if you are ultimately to render a decision for this. One of those conditions is likely that this project will be substantially in conformance with the plan. So that plan is critical. So those details that you have there that you're discussing is important. So I would urge you to continue to have that dialogue. Things like the driveways, for instance, I don't think that is out of the realm of your jurisdiction. You could certainly ask for length of driveway and location on a lot so that you can understand whether or not, in fact, they do have that length to serve, as well as, again, back to stormwater. What impervious surface is being created here, and how is it getting held and properly treated? Things, we have abutting properties here, pretty substantial abutting properties that we want to make sure that are not impacted through stormwater. So again, stormwater is kind of a critical aspect here. Another thing about sidewalks, again, falling into the chair of the planning board, the condition there is, or the regulation is 80129B, that actually says that on these types of smaller roads, it's conditional. The planning board can review those and determine whether or not it's needed for no sides, one side, or two sides. I wouldn't disagree with the kind of characterization that in the recent past, sidewalks have not been required in certain subdivisions. But as you know, we're very diverse in our geography here in the town of Barnstable. And so Centerville might be a little bit different than, say, Barnstable Village or West Barnstable. So I would certainly urge the board to continue to evaluate that. And I don't know if I already stated this, but so at building permit time, the building commissioner is certainly not looking at landscaping and driveways. They're looking at the building code and how it relates to it. So, certainly having good dialogue back and forth with the applicant about, what the nuances of an approved plan could look like is necessary during this time, because as Attorney Singer has mentioned several times now, you guys do sit as that local permitting granting authority. So you are comprehensively looking at all issues But I'm happy to answer any questions after.
Just
Thank-
one
That was
quick,
super helpful, Jim. Questions?
go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I just wanted to thank you.
just we're required to give the waiver of involving the Cape Cod Commission and just elicit comment from them?
Well, so to my understanding, they don't have jurisdiction here. So yes, it's technically, I guess, a waiver, but ultimately, again, you're sitting in their shoes. And so that's why it's important to get their comments to understand what they would look at and offer, and they could offer you some good guidance there.
So, Jim, on that point, within the town, we solicited comments from conservation, health, and we've gotten none.
That's correct. You have received some comments, but yes, in those instances, conservation did weigh in and say there were no jurisdictional areas on the site. So they look at, Conservation Commission specifically looking at the Wetlands Protection Act and how it relates. The Board of Health, again, there's no septics here. So they're likely not to weigh in on this, and that's typical for the subdivisions as well when a planning board is asking for it if there are no Title V issues.
Safety, police department.
So police, Fire has certainly provided comments. We can check back on police. I'm not certain if they issued a formal response. And obviously DPW.
Again, I go back to the point where we're put in this role of gatekeeper representing all these various areas that we have subject matter experts for. We need to hear from them. And to the applicant, I'd encourage you to look at that comment letter from the DPW, because apparently they're looking for a lot of information from you. And we can drag this thing out or just make sure they get what they need.
Yeah. Our goal, our goal was, this is the second meeting with you. We tried to give you detailed answers to as much as we could. We obviously, as I started out the evening, noting that, there's more that you want and more that you need, so we'll be following up with that. This isn't the last session, but we're trying to just keep this moving so we know what your questions are, so that when we're going back to ask our different engineers and consultants to look at things, we have, as complete as we can.
Okay, so what we should be aiming to do at this meeting is come up with a list of things like the 2.5 floors versus 3 floors, parking length, things like that. You need a waiver for the 2.5 floor thing.
Correct.
Right?
And we've requested that.
Right,
Yeah.
but we don't have to grant that. So we need to put that into this.
You don't have to grant it, but so I'd ask you, not now, but again, look at the portion of my supplemental memo discussing the board's jurisdiction and what state's jurisdiction and when you can ask for things. So for example, if you said we only want, make it more extreme. We're only going to approve a 2-floor apartment building. You can only do that if the reduction in scope and density is addressing a valid life safety issue. So you would have to come up as a board with why that 3rd floor, in this case, was going to be unsafe. So that's just an example.
It sounds like we need to approve a 5-floor building then. The 2.5 floors is because of the configuration of the 3rd floor. It needs to be a certain percentage of the 2nd floor.
To be a half-story, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
So we're not required to give you a 3rd floor.
It's just
Am I wrong
jurisdictional.
there?
He's talking about jurisdictionally what we have power to do and not do in these situations.
And it's just in relation to a
And
waiver.
we have the power to not grant a full 3rd floor, correct?
If doing so is tied to a valid public safety concern and does not render the project uneconomic.
For example, it's not the case, but if we had a fire department that did not have a truck that could reach that height, we could have a letter from the fire commissioner
agree with
saying,
you.
our fire trucks can't handle a 3rd-story building, and we could, say that to the state, and they probably would agree with us. Or
But
make
they
you buy
can
a nice
handle
new
a
fire
2.5
truck for Comfire.
They can handle a 2.5 floor building?
Oh, I think they can handle a 5-story
Because
building. That was just an example. That was not a.
But we can grant them a 2.5 floor building as of right and not have to, make
But
any
again,
concessions.
there's just one more point here about life-saving is that we know that ComFire is potentially 16 firefighters shy, 14, 16, from what they would like. So would that qualify as life-saving, that they don't have enough bodies on hand to cover this? I mean, I'm just, being
It actually
semantics.
does, because I think that's public safety, and that's one of the grounds that can rebut that presumption, to quote the attorney here, right? It's a rebuttable presumption that needs to be, this should be granted because the town is below the 10% rule, but public safety is one of the concerns. And right now, we have an understaffed fire department, and you're about to introduce a whole slew of new residences. So that is a public safety concern.
The way you framed it, it's at least closer to that. What I asked Mr. Bozenseek is, not, if you hadn't answered that, was your original concern with the half-story visual or density?
It's not a concern, it's just that we don't have to do it, and you're not giving us a good enough reason to. I mean, we probably will, but I'm just putting out topics for discussion, like the length of the parking spaces. We
Well, no,
may
that's
very
certainly for
well
discussion.
grant that, but these are the things that we want to walk away from this meeting with kind of a laundry list of things that you need to look into and things that we want to talk about later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Lang-
don't want to debate jurisdiction here. I know the public's been here for a while, and I think
Yeah,
it's
okay,
important.
no
It's 9 o'clock. I think it's important we hear from them, and that the applicant hears from them with follow-up and where we are. This isn't going to be decided tonight, so.
Yeah, I'm
we've
kind
got
of trying to
time
lead up to the end of this
but-
discussion is
Okay,
what
I
I'm
have
trying
one
to
quick
do.
question.
Yep.
I heard someone mention generator, life safety, and I didn't see much.
Yeah, I
of
think
an
the answer we didn't get to the answer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's another bullet item, so.
Yeah, 'cause, I mean, you need emergency lighting, you know, and your fire alarm's gotta be on the generator. You know, I mean, I didn't see any of that. Am I incorrect?
You got to turn your light on and then introduce yourself, please.
Sorry. Kurt Raber from Catalyst Architecture and Interiors in Yarmouthport. Buildings of this nature can have generators. They don't have to run the whole building. Emergency lighting can be on battery, and a fire alarm can also be on a backup power. Or we could elect to do a small generator that just does the life safety circuits in the building. But I think one of the questions was, is there going to be a backup generator that runs the whole facility if the building's all electric? And that's probably not the case.
Your backup generator generally runs common area lighting.
Right.
You know, safety issues. So that's what I was asking. I mean, is that gonna be battery units, or are you gonna have, I don't know, a 60 kW generator for your emergency lighting and things?
Yeah, we
No
have,
gas, so.
right, there's
It'd be
no,
diesel.
You can bring gas in for
It'd be
that.
diesel.
it would be a long gas service just for one generator. But it could be a diesel generator.
Diesel,
Yeah.
yeah, with a day tank.
Okay.
And I just,
Electricity is the sole source of power for all units in this whole project, yes.
and just to close out, before we get to the public, for Mr. Bozenseek's question, I am going, as I noted, to further expand, annotate the waiver request. So I will, we'll address as much as we can some of your comments.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So when you do that, you saw the letter from the
Yep.
fire chief.
Yep.
I'd like you to address the public. One of the grounds that we can deny this, and you would lose on appeal, is if in fact this will adversely impact public safety. I'm concerned that, given the staffing condition of the fire department, the addition of these additional units and residents to the area presents a public safety concern.
Okay.
I'd like you to address that, please.
One other thing I think that did come up last time from the public was the CLF lawsuit. Does this have an impact on our discharge permit, this level of added capacity? I'm not an expert at that. I don't know, but it's something that came up that I think we kind of had asked to just bullet point of if it's irrelevant or what your opinion of that was.
I can ask Mr. Eddy. I don't know.
Okay. All right, so let's hear from the public unless anyone else has anything more pressing. All right, Mr. Schwab.
Hi, Eric Schwab from
You have to make a
IAS.
motion to open public comment, or?
It's open.
It's open
Last
already,
time, we
sorry,
did not
my
close.
fault.
Yep.
Give you a pen for the, do you have an extra pen?
Oh, Anna, do you want to?
So I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I feel as though this application is terribly incomplete. So I wanted to ask, has the clock started? Has the 60-day clock started? Do you have sufficient information to start the clock?
I would defer to Anna or Jim on time limits on 40Bs.
There's a 60-day clock, right?
Mutually agreed to extend. So there is a clock, but to Mr. Schwab's point, if you don't have sufficient information, as you guys have identified already, you can mutually agree to extend to a date certain, much like you do for many other projects.
Within that clock?
We are well beyond 60 days, I would imagine, at this point.
And we have an
close to,
extension
but-
agreement in place?
So, but you have mutually agreed to continue to this date here. And so the discussion, very likely after all of this occurs, is you'll have another discussion about whether or not you mutually agree to continue and extend
So
to
it's continuing to a date certain, it's not a time extension, because I have not signed any time extensions for this application.
not the same time extensions as you would do for if you've closed a hearing for a special permit or variance or something of that nature.
So the re-advertising does not mean a new appeal, it just means, or, but the clock started ticking in October, correct? Or I think it was October, right?
It was probably when the public hearing was opened.
Yeah.
Well,
Remember, the clock didn't start ticking on the comprehensive permit in October because we didn't open this hearing. This hearing was not open until January 14th.
Right.
So that's when the 180 days starts.
Right, and that's when it was re-advertised.
Because it was re-advertised and you opened the hearing on
That's my
January 14th. So that was day one of 180 and we're in wherever we are.
do we have town council representative?
Yeah.
I'm hung up on the mutual agreement. What happens if they don't agree?
Mr. Alves, Mike Egan, I'll take as long as you need. I am in no hurry on this. The longer we wait, the better the marketing for this stuff will be. I would really like interest rates to come down a little bit. So I will extend as long as you guys want. I'll be as you've seen, we've been cooperative. We want open hearings where people are present. We're happy to cooperate. This is no time urgency on this.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And in my past practice here, if you don't have, not in this community, but in others, if you don't have mutual agreement and you don't have sufficient information, you have to render a decision at that time.
Right, with insufficient information. That's
Exactly right.
exactly my hangup.
Okay, that was only my first question, okay, so I'm sorry about that. I don't think you should extend them. These guys are totally disorganized. They're preying on the community. They're taking your time. They're taking our time. You need to put a date certain on this, and they have to start performing because they're not performing adequately. They are not giving you the information you need in a timely fashion, and it's disrespectful to the community. So I would suggest you have a conversation with them about getting their act together because they don't have it together. It's ridiculous what they're doing. Okay, so wastewater, okay? I don't know how many of you paid attention to the New England development deal. They had one connection point, and they did all their own sewering. So they were going to pay one connection fee, $10,000, for a 300-unit building. Okay? So you need to clarify with them that they're going to pay $10,000 a unit, and they need to put it in writing. Because the way I'm hearing everything they're saying, they're not saying, oh, yeah, we're going to pay $250,000. They're saying, oh, town did us a favor, they put an extra size connection in for us. So I'm going to do a Freedom of Information Act request on just how long ago these discussions started and just when it was decided to put in an oversized connection for no cost. I mean, that's outrageous that there would be private negotiations with town officials regarding the size of connections that support a level of density that the town is completely unaware of. I mean, who is making that decision? Okay? I mean, you need to understand that because I don't think that's right. I don't think you can do that. The traffic counts are ridiculous. Okay? You're allowed to order your own traffic study and they have to pay for it. So, just tell them that you find what they have is inadequate. You want independent third-party verification because clearly this gentleman is working for the owner, right? He said, I got to check with my client before I give you the answer to that traffic question, okay? He's working for the owner. He's not working for you. He's not working for us. You need to study the traffic yourselves. and this has bearing on the question about the Cape Cod Commission, okay? The Cape Cod Commission is considered a local board for only a couple of articles, 3 articles to be exact. It does not waive their responsibility for regional oversight and regional impact. So if you feel that Great Marsh is going to be as clogged up as it will be with the school buses, I mean, there's going to be a school bus stopping every 5 minutes, right, picking up different grades. So if you feel that that's inappropriate, you can go to the Cape Cod Commission and say, based on the preliminary data that we've received, this development will have a regional impact which we're not equipped to assess. We pay you $1 million a year, so I strongly recommend you get off your duff, look at this project, and decide what the regional impacts are. That's your job. That is their job. The Harwich Select Board just 3 weeks ago did just that, and that's now being negotiated. It may be litigated, okay? Because you have the right to understand regional impacts. In fact, you have an obligation to us to understand the regional impacts, and it's the Cape Cod Commission, their responsibility to provide you with that information. So I would not, oh, they haven't written back, they're busy. Screw that, okay? If there are regional impacts, then you have the right to know what they are and what the mitigation is. And the mitigation may well be less density, because that's the issue. That's what causes regional impacts, is unwarranted density. They've already admitted that if the Cape Cod Commission were involved, it would be substantially smaller. Well, what does that mean? Put that in writing. Explain to us what that means. Explain to us why suddenly the Cape Cod Commission, which is a regional authority, is considered a local board, because it's not. That's a lawyer's interpretation. It's a bunch of bullcrap. You need to get a letter from the police. You need to get the police, the fire chief in here and explain what he meant when he said that all this development is causing staffing concerns. He has not asked for additional staff since, I think, 1999 or something 2009. I mean, for at least 10, 12 years, he has not added to headcount. And then suddenly he wants 12 additional officers? I mean, what's that about? And if it's about building, then he should come here and explain that. He was at Marcus Mills Civic Association a couple of weeks ago saying, hey, look, I'm going to put in this request, 14 new guys. It's because of all the building. He said 3 times, it's because of the building, because of the building. So if you don't understand what he means by that, then you have to politely ask him to come in and explain it to you. Just, you want 14 more people. Can you confirm that's the building that's causing this increase in staff, substantial increase in staff from 49 people, right, up to 63? That's a big increase. And I think you need to ask him and not Jake. All due respect, Jake, you should ask the fire chief if his ladder trucks can go up to enough storage. All due respect. Calm water impacts. What's the impact on the wells? You want a letter in writing from Calm Water that says, hey, it's no big deal, don't worry about it. This whole sidewalk issue, it's like, he doesn't want sidewalks because if he has sidewalks, he can't put 19 houses in there. So you need to decide, can you ask for sidewalks, right? It's Centerville. We have sidewalks in Centerville, okay? Can you require sidewalks, or are you going to take his word for it? I think you should have sidewalks. I mean, I have sidewalks. Don't you want them to have sidewalks? The school committee and the bus stops, I think, is a significant point. You really need to get the school committee in here. Now, I understand a couple folks went over to the school committee, and they didn't want to get involved, but you have the right to involve them. So I suggest you have them come over here, have them bring someone who knows about the bus routes, and have them explain what the impacts are of a fairly substantial new development. What are the impacts? Are you going to need new buses? Do you have enough bus drivers? Do you have enough classrooms? Do you have enough teachers? The one thing that we asked for over at Twin Brooks that was extremely helpful was an economic analysis, like what is the net benefit to the town of having this project come in? New England Development produced one. It was helpful. That's how we uncovered that they were trying to screw us out of $240,000 by not paying a sewer connection fee. We wouldn't have picked up on that if they hadn't written a complete economic analysis in which they admitted the fact that they weren't going to pay, a connection fee. So you need a comprehensive financial analysis so you understand what the impact is on the tax base, right? I mean, the guy's not doing us a favor coming to town. So will there be a positive economic benefit? Do we have to buy a new fire truck and are we going to pay for it? Do we have to hire 10 new teachers in addition to the 14 new firefighters? Let's do those calculations. Those calculations exist. People know how to do them. So you need to get someone, you need to get him to put it together, and we'll look at it, and we'll see whether or not it's realistic. I mean, if it comes out like the traffic study, it's going to be a problem. So the lot sizes, there's all kinds of problems in the town code regarding parking lot sizes. You've probably heard my good friend Chris Kuhn discuss parking at length, and you might want to bring him in here for a little conversation. Otherwise, you need to have someone who understands the parking regulations come here and tell you that, 9 by 20, 9 by 19, it doesn't matter to us, right? You can't listen to him. You need someone who's responsible for the enforcement of the parking regulations to come in and confirm that what they're telling you is in fact true. You cannot take his word for it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be adversarial, but he's trying to make money off of your oversights. That's how this game works. Every time you miss something, he makes more money. That's the game, right? If he didn't want to play that game, he wouldn't have pulled the 40B card. This is not a regulatory agreement. We're not buddies, right? This is a 40B project. So man up and ask the questions, okay, and get the experts to come in here and testify so that you are satisfied that you're making the best decision on behalf of us, because we appreciate your efforts. We really do. And now I'm going to ramble about the
Try to wrap it up. We
wastewater
have people
treatment
behind
plant.
you.
1 minute. We have a good collection system. Okay, we got big pipes everywhere. We got a specialty big pipe for him. Okay, we put in free of charge ahead of time. Okay, so we're very accommodating with the pipes. We're investing $100 million in a new headworks. $100 million investment by the community in a new headworks. Okay, it's only going to get to at best 3 parts per milliliter with nitrogen. So just because the nitrogen crosses the Centerville town line doesn't mean that nitrogen is disappearing. That nitrogen is coming to Hyannis. And last I checked, we were all one town, and you guys care about Hyannis. Okay? If you care about Hyannis, which is where all this effluent is going, you need to understand what the wastewater treatment plant dispersal abilities are, because the state does not know and the DPW does not know. Okay, the DPW in their last filing said, good luck, pal, let us know when you figure it out. Okay, so we don't know how much water this development's going to use, how much is going to be irrigation, how much is going to be waste. You don't even know if they're going to have an irrigation system. So you don't know how much water is coming at you. You don't know what's going to be in it. You don't know how much it's going to cost to clean it. And you don't know where you're going to disperse it. You don't know how you're going to get rid of it. Okay, because right now it's bubbling up in Hyannis Creek, up on Pleasant Hill Lane, and flowing right into Stewart's Creek. And that's not nitrogen-free water. It may be highly treated wastewater, but it's not nitrogen-free. So someone has to come and explain to you what are the impacts on Hyannis for this development in Centerville. Thank you for indulging me. Have a very good night.
Thank you, Mr. Schwab.
Good evening. Thank you, by the way. I think you guys are doing a great job, and I appreciate your attention to detail and the questions that you're asking. My name is Tara Lewis. Do you want me to sign this here?
Yep.
Okay. Tara Lewis, 77 Bresner Lane. I wanted to point out a couple things very quickly. One is this intersection with the entrance to the development and Juniper being across from each other, and the increase in accidents that are likely to happen at a four-way intersection and a three-way intersection. Usually a four-way intersection is preferred, but only when it's improved, either by stop signs or, which we've all heard, maybe not the best situation, street lights, stoplights, or a rotary, a roundabout. Obviously, these are two bigger options, too big for this situation. So again, I would recommend that other options like offsetting that intersection be considered. And I actually have a diagram here. I submitted this, I think, earlier. I'm just not sure if it went through, but I'll hand it off to you. I have a diagram indicating those points of conflict. The supplemental information indicates the exiting traffic from the proposed development is intended to travel either left or right onto Great Marsh Road. That's great, but the intention that is in the application isn't necessarily how it's going to play out on the ground. So the reality is that exiting traffic will go straight across to Great Marsh Road to Juniper Road, and impacting that small neighborhood that has the narrow streets and isn't designed for through traffic. In addition, they offered stop signs and a stop bar. Stop bar is a painted line on the road that tells you where to stop your car. I don't think that's really going to help this situation. I would also request that there are conditions included in the permit that require local residents to have preference on renting and owning units in this 40B. The sidewalks, it's unclear because of the lack of detail, as has been noted multiple times in the plans. I am not quite sure where the sidewalk that's proposed on Finney's to Route 28 is going to go. It would be great to see that on the plans and confirm that that is actually going to happen. And just lastly, I would respectfully request the ZBA not grant the applicant's request to waive the local stormwater management permit. It's important to have local oversight on the design and construction of stormwater management systems. I do have a number of conditions that I've also included here. I'm not going to read through them. I'm just going to pass this in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Next.
Good. Well, all right, I thought I had to sign in first. I'll just do it, okay. Hi, my name is Norma Weinberg. I'm at 82 Hayes Road, Hayes Road in Centerville. And there's three things that I'd like to just go over. And today it just came to me, how many dead-end residential streets are there off of Great Marsh Road? Because we're in one of them, which is Hayes Road, which means that we can only go in and out one way. We can't wander to the end of our street. We would then have to jump into Lake Wequaquet and swim over to an exit. And it's interesting with AI now, it answered me. It said, based on map data, there are at least 5 to 6 distinct dead-end or cul-de-sac streets directly connecting off Great Marsh Road in Centerville. Some that they mentioned, Hayes, of course, Threadneedle Lane, and then via Great Marsh, and then particularly in the vicinity of Willow Run and Threadneedle Lane, form the residential low-traffic loops characteristic of the area near the Great Marsh and Lake Wequaquet. And they had more than that, but I didn't have time to write them all down. But, I mean, it's absolutely the idea of not being able to get out of the street with an extra 220-some people exiting right nearby. And even if there was an emergency on the street for some fire or ambulance or whatever, would they be able to get in and get out at the same time? And so there's no in and out access for residents, emergency vehicles, fire, police, due to traffic. because of this new development, and after 220-plus new residents and their vehicles. So that, to me, is terrifying from a safety point of view, but I can see that our property values would go to zippity-doo-dah if no one could ever get out of the street without having to wait for all those cars and whatever. So that was one interesting topic. The other one I wanted to talk about is the Cape Cod Aquifer, which is the sole source of our drinking water in Barnstable and the entire Cape. It is designated by the EPA because it provides 100% of the region's drinking water with no viable alternative. It is a glacial, highly permeable underground sand and gravel deposit that is extremely productive but very vulnerable to contamination. And I just wonder, with adding that many more people and the fact that the Lake Wequaquet has been very low this year, and maybe the snow is going to do something for us, but there's a lot of possibility for contamination as far as that. And then the third thing is, just to go back in time a little, that Great Marsh Road has been designated for a really long time, maybe from the beginning of Cape Cod, as a scenic road. And here's the reason why. It was defined by its proximity to the Centerville River and the vast salt marshes that separate the village from the Atlantic Ocean. Great Marsh Road serves as a primary access point for viewing a 3,800-acre system of salt marshes and barrier beaches, and to protecting over 11,000 acres, including large sections of the Great Marsh adjacent to the road. And after a road has been designated, this is section 15C under Chapter 40, Powers and Duties of the Cities and Towns. After a road has been designated as a scenic road, any repair, maintenance, reconstruction, or paving work done with respect thereto shall not involve or include the cutting or removal of trees, or the tearing down or destruction of stone walls or portions thereof. And I'm skipping, so I don't have to read you all of that, but unless public hearings are held, blah, 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 blah. But basically, no trees should be cut at all. And that little forest that they're talking about, taking it down to bare metal. I mean, just think about who is living in that forest. I heard that there were some bald eagles living there. There's critters living in there. It's a little woods. And to just cut it down, and also dark sky, we're losing that. And then having a 3-story building that is not part of the character of the neighborhood. Anyway. Not a good idea. I think the idea is good, but not on Great Marsh Road. Too small, 2-lane highway, no sidewalks, and you can't even walk down your street to get to visit a neighbor without taking your life in your hands. You heard me do that before, like having to walk like that. All right, thanks for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Weinberg.
Jeff Temple, 67 Bresner Lane. Have handouts?
I don't know. What happened to it?
Just make sure there's one for Anna there to put in the record, too.
I've got more in the back if you need it. Okay, I'll dig right in. I know it's been a long night for everybody. What I did is a review of the recent response from the applicant dated last week on 2/6. You have that in front of you, and it is redlined, just so you can see my responses, my opinions, and hopefully as factual as I could make it. So I'll run through some of these, and we will upload this tomorrow, so it'll be in the record. If you jump right to page 2, talked a lot about stormwater tonight. Asking for a waiver for the papering process, it was talked about, quite a bit, but my comment was if not formalizing the design work and the DPW concerns, which there are many comments and requirements through the conditions in permitting, how then is DPW and stormwater plan oversight binding? In other words, it can be a lot of discussion, a lot of comments, a lot of that, but how is it binding to make sure the work actually gets done as permitted? After all the design work, I would think the papering at the end would be pretty straightforward. As far as VHB goes, I've heard a lot of comments. I will be transparent. I work very much with VHB in another role that I have in a highly regarded firm. But I want to point out that the applicant approves the scope of the work that they want done, okay? Good or bad, but the applicant, any projects I go to use VHB, you decide what you want done. So DPW had requested, or the town early on, that they wanted a comprehensive traffic study and impacts to all the adjoining area roadways. There's a feeling that maybe that is incomplete and we haven't reached that level of comprehensive yet. There is significantly more that I think VHB can have and can do with their extensive expertise, whether you want to have a peer or they've already done a lot of work so they could build on that work, save the applicant money, but have a scope that you put out for them that you want to see. The peak times is interesting. There's been a lot of discussion about less than one new car per minute. That is math semantics. Residents have described, as they've been described who's going to live there, have common work schedules, school start times and ends. 1 car per minute is not based on any kind of reality. I think that's common sense. It's really a calculation for a reference point for discussion. The consultant VHB provided a standard traffic study of which they stated in their executive summary, and it's 300 plus pages, and I do have a life, but I reviewed every page. Study was to be based on local knowledge. On page 4 of the study, I cannot determine who that was or who was interviewed for that common knowledge, maybe neighbors at the time. The study data came from a 1-day traffic count in August for the basis of this whole comprehensive plan, where the assessments of the impacts of area roads, there's capacity information, but where's Richardson and Juniper impacts to neighborhoods right adjacent depending on various options of the development. 1 day of data capture, and it looks, according to the data, it was a Tuesday in early August. The VHB summary, in the executive summary, says it was done in September, so I was a little confused by that. Could just be a mistake. The Institute of Traffic Engineers uses a code. It's a national average of, they used one for detached homes, and they used ones for high rises. And all the study, this 300 pages, is based on that data. Obviously, because nothing's built, so you don't have real-time data. But, my point was, have any variables done? Did we go another level higher? And what are the local variables, the issues that we have there in Centerville with Route 28 Finney's and all that? Did that get overlaid on that data to maybe come up with different numbers? Important point, while August represents the Cape Cod tourist peak, anybody will tell you that, common sense on Route 6, Sagamore, the Bourne, all the bridges, weekday conditions in September better represent the local operational and safety peak for neighborhood streets. There's a different, tourism is out there, it's a different paradigm. They're going to beaches later in the day, using different roads. Neighborhoods in September, as we talked about before, all the schools start, the bus stops, the errand trips, the after-school practices, and all the above. It's my contention that September is much more concentrated in the morning and night peak hours due to the facts I just said. An August weekday understates the risk. Remember, this was all based on a 24 to 48, cord in the road cable data, and then people out there watching traffic counts. September is riskier for neighborhood street times. Okay, then there was a comment about no changes to intersections, again, based on one weekday in August, and I know they do yearly averages and everything, but I still think that September has to be looked at because it's a local neighborhood street. Stop signs were mentioned, and it was proposed that they would add them. I believe, in going back through the DPW requests in the beginning, that the applicant was asked by DPW to install stop signs and stop bars at the curb cut. Maybe not in their neighborhood, but I did see it in the DPW requests. The paper road, that's interesting. I found that in the town records. That's an old plan submitted by the memory care facility. Maybe they were going to expand. I'm not sure what was going on there. But that was in there. I don't know that it's a road all the way through. I haven't walked through the property, but I know it goes into a house, so I'm not sure it actually exists. But the layout, and for the most part, non-existent plan called the paper road, is an old plan in the town records, as I just mentioned. It should be noted that the proposed entrance sight lines, per the traffic study, and that's when you sit there ready to pull out, fall below desirable, 60 feet looking east and 50 feet looking towards the curve. If you were coming in from the west, there's a curve right before this development. The applicant has added landscaping on Plan C3.2 at the entrance, which may make the sight lines worse. VHB actually recommends removing some of that to try to improve the sight lines. According to the C3.2 plan, it appears to me that the applicant does not own enough land as you come out to the left to actually do those mitigations that are needed to improve the sight lines. I could be wrong, but that's what I saw in the plan. It should be noted the study showed a 38 mile per hour average on this 30 mile per hour road based on their data capture. The relocation of the curb cut eliminates the adverse impact to the older neighborhood to the north. I'm going to be talking now about moving the entrance. This will improve what I just talked about, the intersection sight distance. It'll also make those more desirable per the traffic study. As far as headlight sweep, if this curb cut is moved down in the exact center of what's left to Finney's, there's a lot there that can be moved, no hardship. The entrance can be moved here. There's an area right between two houses. And the contention about headlights, you're going to have sweep left and right no matter what. So if you're at Juniper, you're going to hit the two houses. If you're down in the middle, you're going to hit the two houses. So that to me was like a wash and negligible. A couple points on the sidewalk on Finney's Lane. I think that's a little confusing. It says Finney's Lane, but it goes out of that fire and immediately is in the interface of the intersection on Route 28. It just brings you over to the crosswalk, to the lot across on the south side. And there's really, unfortunately, no businesses down there. There is a small sidewalk on the north side that takes you to all those business outlets, but I don't believe the town owns that. I'm not sure when those were put in, but sure could use improvement. Quick question there, who will maintain the sidewalk as it leaves the fire exit to crosses the curb cut of DPW to the crosswalk? Who's maintaining that? And if anybody went by there tonight, it's a massive amount of snow everywhere there. Okay, trying to move on here. As far as a cut through, okay, it says there will be no cut through this other development. Yes, Juniper is not intended to be a shortcut, but when the view to Finney's on Great Marsh, and actually, I'm on your page 3 right now, I'm sorry. And if you look at the big views there, page 3, talking about the cut through. When you come out of Finney's in the morning, it's going to be just human nature. You look right, and every morning there's 2, 3, 4, a school bus stacking. You are going to want to go straight. The town used that during the sewer project, and to have it right across, it is going to get used. The applicant's legal representative speaking at the October 8th hearing stated that they could have Richardson Road as an access point legally. So now I'm moving over as far as moving the curb cut on Great Marsh, And then for vehicle distribution, to help with that, is using mainly for an access Richardson property. I've been to the town, there is a driveway, and there's a 20-foot easement on both properties. So there's a 40-foot easement going right through that property out to Richardson. When it meets Richardson, just to the left, abutting the applicant's property, the road is what I call commercially wide. It is I didn't get a measurement, but it's easily 22 plus. And from there out to 28 is commercial properties. So an excellent opportunity to distribute the traffic for residents wanting to go out and go right, and go west. Testimony by the applicant in the October 8th hearing stated approximately, I don't have the exact words, that he considered Richardson Road as an egress access, but then he did not want to live in a subdivision that had a cut-through. It was bad public policy. But yet we've designed this project to be directly across Juniper and Bresner, an old Cape Cod neighborhood with 19-foot streets. No sidewalk for bus travelers. I know there's been a lot of talk about sidewalks, but how do the kids in the neighborhood get out this 20-foot entrance to this bus stop that's going to be built? We've all seen the streets, how they are this winter. They're very narrow. And so how, not even a minimal sidewalk to get out to that bus stop, I would consider it. A couple more questions here. The driveways in the development, are they linear or side by side? Because to me, convenience, if they're linear, in other words, a car has to park behind the other one, we know what happens. They end up in this 20-foot, street, the winter or whatever, and that's a question I would ask. I've been bothered by the landscaping plans all the way through. They've been very minimal. Where are the plans that, again, DPW asked in the beginning? I heard, I'll get to that in a second. The applicant will remain the existing vegetation in this buffer to the extent practical. Well, here we go again. We can talk about it a lot tonight, but the current landscape plan does not show the buffer, hasn't been updated to show the buffer. And I understand all the house lots, maybe we can't show that now, but where is the Great Marsh buffer that's being talked about? And then the question there is, what does extent practical mean? In the end, it wasn't practical, so we have no buffer, or we end up with a buffer. So in closing, I am respectfully requesting the following as part of the review process. And if you switch to drawings 4 and 5. So I'm asking for an enhanced comprehensive study, traffic plan and impact study. The current study is standard and basic. It's got all the capacity information, but having a scope for local impacts that should be expanded. This can be done by VHB and built on previous work, or another person, but they've already done a lot of the base work. Number 2, a review by VHB or the applicant's engineers to relocate the project entrance on Great Marsh for the many reasons stated. Not a hardship, eliminates the Juniper neighborhood adverse impacts, more desirable intersection sight lines for the bus stop as cars are coming around that curve, same headlight sweeps right and left as the proposed location, and agrees with the applicant's testimony of not creating a direct cut-through through a neighborhood. And B, add Richardson Road, I know there's a lot of feelings both ways on that, as mainly an egress to this project. This would help vehicle distribution. Richardson Road is commercially wide where it meets, I talked about that. Only commercial businesses as you take a left and want to get out to 28. It offers an efficient vehicle distribution option for residents traveling west, offers safer, more efficient passage for residents on the north side of 28, where your restaurants and stores are. And then per the legal representative, it's legally viable per testimony at the October 8th hearing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Temple. Appreciate your time and effort. And just for the rest of the public, that will get into our online in another day, if people want to see it. They haven't seen it.
I have two of them. Anybody want this? Go with these two.
Hi, guys. Heather Swenson, 110 Niceneck Road in Centerville, Niceneck Road East in Centerville. So I'm going to say character of the area affected. What is the total acreage that's going to be cleared? The size of the parking lot's going to create a non-pervious surface. So he says it's better for the environment with their nitrogen and all of that, but how is a paved parking lot and clear-cut woods better for the environment in that location instead of the woods? How many more housing lots in, with Mr. Webb when he was asking about if they didn't do the apartment building, could they squeeze more apartments in? You also would have to consider that if you didn't have the apartment building, you would not have the parking lot. So would that parking lot be able to become some additional housing spaces to be added to the just doing single-family houses? Let's see here. The houses, if they're not all being, this was the first I'd realized they're not all being built at the same time and then sold. So how's it determined? What are they going to do if all their applicants for the purchasing the building lots, if everybody that comes forward does not meet the affordable level? Is there going to be a point where they just say, sorry, you can't buy the lot because we need somebody that's affordable to buy it and build on it? So then will the lot just sit empty waiting for some affordable person to come along? And of these 19 houses, are they each going to be paying the sewer connection fee, or as has been kind of tossed around, was this now just going to become one big gimme connection for the entire project? Individual houses have to put in for a connection fee. I don't see how 19 houses should just be considered part of the entire project. In relation to the speed limit signs, the 20-mile-per-hour speed limit, it means nothing. It's just another feel-good talking point that they're throwing around. The town council, unless they make a change in speed limits, which is before them currently, and I don't even know if that applies to inside subdivisions, but who's going to enforce a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit? The police are going to say, I'm sorry, there's no such thing as a forcible 20-mile-per-hour speed limit. In the town of Barnstable, it's 30 miles an hour. Relating to traffic in the sidewalks, the subdivision is just 2 miles shy of Wequacket Lake, public beach, and I am sure that that is going to be a draw for people and children in this subdivision. The town's all about being a walkable community, but there is no sidewalks there, and I do believe you're going to have increased foot in traffic and bicycle traffic on Chute Flying Hill Road trying to get to that public beach. Gentleman made a comment that screening is not meant to completely block a view, but ultimately that's where the character of the area affected comes into play. So I do ask that you request a rendering of the view from the road. What is it going to be look like at completion of the project? Not 10 years, 15, 20 years from now when their rendering is going to show nice big 20-year-old trees, because they're going to cut those all down. So you need a rendering that shows when they're done, is there just going to be a little whippet of a replanted tree sitting in the front yard and a giant parking lot with no green space in between parking spaces? It, to me, essentially sounds like it's a two project. It's a 19-house subdivision, and it happens to have a 40B 3-story apartment building thrown into it to make it work for them. And the term is not less economical. This is, for Mr. Egan's situation, it's that no apartment building makes this project less profitable, not economical. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson.
Hi there, I'm Hillary Temple. Apologize for my lack of voice today. I agree with most of the speakers tonight, and I have some similar comments to make. But before I do, I just want to address one thing that Mr. Egan mentioned which was, and I just feel compelled to say this, he said putting sidewalks on Great Marsh would be less safe. And then mentioned because he would have less space to put the buffer zone. So I didn't understand that statement, but I wanted to mention that on Tuesday, February 3rd, I was driving on Great Marsh around 3 in the afternoon with my grandchildren, behind a school bus, cars everywhere, snowbanks everywhere. I stopped behind a school bus, and they let 2 children cross the street safely. Then 2 boys, about 12, 13, got off on my side, and the first boy started to walk on top of the snowbank, slid down into my car, and slid under my car while I was sitting there with my little grandchildren in the car. I just froze with my foot on the brake, and I said to myself, what's happening? And then he pulled himself out and continued along. So I stayed put until the second boy went, and he was a little higher up on the snowbank, but he was also struggling because there were no sidewalks for these boys to walk to their homes. So after the second boy passed, I continued along, and I looked back, and I noticed the car behind me was also stopped, waiting for the boys to get past them. But it just concerned me so much that I sent a letter to the town council saying, children shouldn't be at risk trying to get home from school. So that's my little speech about sidewalks being necessary. I'm just going to leave this just because this is the letter that I Okay, so what I've sent you is another set of maps. And I just want to read a short letter from the Wickwacket Estate Beach Association. The neighbors of Wickwacket Estate support affordable housing initiatives as there isn't enough entry-level homes available for locals. We have, however, concerns about impacts to our neighborhood, safety issues, and environmental design issues, among others. Our number one concern is the cut-through intersection proposed by the developer, Michael Egan. We're a tight-knit lake neighborhood with very narrow, winding roads, 16 to 19 feet, and we measured during the snowstorm, and some of the streets were 15 feet. Our neighborhood's full of walkers, runners, dogs, and friendly people who look out for and help one another. We abut Finney's and Great Marsh roads and collectively make frequent trips on both each day. The cut-through allows people to get on Finney's by driving through our neighborhood in a much safer, more desirable way than the busy Great Marsh-Finney's intersection, where the super busy Finney's and Route 28 intersection frequently backs up, blocking the Great Marsh entrance. I can explain this best by using the maps that you've all been provided. On the first map, number 1, I drew an orange line illustrating the cut-through that this would create. Obviously, the green outline on the left side is the proposed neighborhood, not identified with in the way it is proposed, but as it currently exists. And you can see very clearly that if the road coming out of the proposed subdivision comes to an intersection, how very easy it is to move further on up onto Finney's Lane through our neighborhood, very easily. When people go down towards Great Marsh, what you see is when the look-backs to the left and to the right are not as easy as they are at Pond Street, because there's so much congestion at that section between Great Marsh and Finney's and Route 28. There's cars coming both ways, there's a lot of tree overhang, and there's a lot of traffic there. And so those of us who live in the neighborhood learned the trick a long time ago, that you just cut through the neighborhood and you have great sight lines on Pond Street as it enters onto Finney's. And that's a dangerous road, and it's busy road, so that makes it easier. Then the next map, 2, I drew a line from a possible solution, putting a road towards Richardson, which would, again, as Jeff mentioned, would split the traffic so that it wouldn't fully come to the Great Marsh location. And really, it would be turning left and heading onto Route 28, taking some of that out. And as you can see by the second map, just moving it sort of in the middle still gives plenty of room to the intersection of Great Marsh, because it's almost as much room as from Great Marsh to Finney's and Route 28, which is very much more congested. And it also completely eliminates the cross-through traffic, completely eliminates it. This is what our neighborhood looks like. And when you look at the green to the right on the right side map, which is our Wickwacket Estates neighborhood, all of these homes are part of this neighborhood. And the third page identifies how many of those people are walkers, runners, who spend a lot of time on Great Marsh. So if you do need names for local information, I'd be more than happy to provide names. Another thing I wanted to address, wait a second, I might as well read it this way. In the October 8th, 2025 meeting, Attorney Singer and Mr. Egan made some comments I'd like to address. One, Attorney Singer stated at the meeting, "We considered including 40 Richardson in the project, which could have an access point on Richardson." He was asked by one of you, you could do that? You could have a road on Richardson? He said, yes, we could do that from a legal standpoint. We would have to demolish the home because the state requires consistency with the units. Mr. Egan stated, "We considered this cut through among other options, but nothing would stop people from going from Great Marsh to Richardson, and I wouldn't want to live in a subdivision like that. I think it's bad public policy." And potentially leads to headlights shining into houses across the street, which Jeff also talked about. We can supply names of our Wickwacket Estates neighbors who live on Great Marsh who would be affected by the headlights. These neighbors support the decision to shift the intersection away from Juniper, as they value the safety of walking in our quiet neighborhood. I'm sure as a sign of goodwill, the Weba neighborhoods and even Mr. Egan could supply them with room darkening shades if needed. The proposed subdivision will not result in any through traffic to adjacent subdivisions. The existing traffic is intended to travel either left or right on Great Marsh. As Tara and Jeff both mentioned, I'm curious where they got the documentation to assert there will be no through traffic to adjacent subdivisions. That assertion simply does not ring true. To repeat what Mr. Egan himself said, we considered this cut through, but nothing would stop people from going from Great Marsh to Richardson, and I wouldn't want to live in a subdivision like that. Please be a good neighbor, Mr. Egan, and move the intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Temple.
Yeah, Ken Barron. I live in the town of Centerville, Nottingham Drive. Let me sign in here. Yeah, I'd like to talk about the affordability aspect of this. It's being sold that this is for workforce housing, and so much has been mentioned that this is for teachers, firemen, police, etc. Well, it's my understanding, and please correct me if I am wrong, that you cannot designate housing for a certain profession. Somebody applies for that house, they shouldn't be discriminated against because they're not working for those particular professions. Somebody could work at Stop and Shop, somebody could work at a retail store, whatever. So the sales pitch that this is for affordable housing for workforce, for required personnel, town workers, et cetera, which I would support, but you cannot do that. That is discrimination. So please, let's knock off the feel-good sales pitch, okay? Let's talk about affordability. We all know when you apply for mortgage at a bank, and same would go for rent, it's a 4-to-1 ratio. Your weekly salary should equal your monthly mortgage. So I'd like to know what the prices are for the affordable units, the market rate units. They can worry about the banks approving them. But what are the rates for the rents for the apartments, and what are the sales prices for the affordable homes? Because if you start looking at it, if you start doing the simple math here, people are going to have to make well over $100,000 to afford these affordable units. It's well above the medium range. So where's that difference going to come in? Is it going to be subsidized by the state like a Section 8 program? Okay, I don't know. But I'd like to get the numbers on that just to clarify it. The gentleman in the blue sweater mentioned that he's gotten some type of financial support from the state in the form of low-interest loans and other things. Well, what are those other things? Are they actual handout money, or is it just loans? That needs to be addressed, okay? That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Linda Lozon. I live in Marston's Mills, but I work at Harbor Point, which is the memory care community on Richardson Road. I know a lot has been talked about as far as traffic. I travel down Great Marsh Road in Richardson every day, like 5, sometimes 6 days a week, twice a day, once in the morning and once at night. I see the kids at the bus stops with the snow. It is complicated. I can't believe that story that woman just told me. I was mortified. I'm concerned about the possibility of an access point on Richardson. The bakery that is right across the street from our community, plus the office building. I don't know how wide that road is, but it's not that wide. I see people all the time walking on the grass or on the snowbank to avoid traffic. If the access point is off of that driveway onto Richardson, it's going to meet right where that bakery is, the entrance. I don't think they're going to appreciate that. They already don't like the fact that people cut through their parking lot to get to the next, the shopping plaza. So also access to take a left onto Richardson to get out to Route 28. Try to take a left onto Route 28. You take your life in your hands. We go out, take a right out of our driveway, go down Richardson and onto Great Marsh to Finney's Lane to the light, because it's just, there's no way. It's not safe. Couple of concerns I have about the parking for the 3-story parking apartment building. I don't think there's going to be enough parking spaces, and I wonder, is this subdivision going to be fenced? Because where it abuts our parking lot, which is nice and big, if there's an access point, people are going to park there and walk to their apartment building. That's a concern for us, as we have a walking group. We're all memory care, and I'm concerned about loitering and just parking for our associates. We're a 24-hour business, so that's a big concern. Also, the playground, you said it wasn't going to be fenced. That would also concern me. There's a lot of kids in the neighborhood off of Richardson and probably Great Marsh, but I see mainly on Richardson. A playground, they attract children. So it's not just going to be the community, the development, it's going to be the neighborhood kids. They're now going to cut through Harbor Point's driveway, parking lot, and that's a liability for us as well. So I would hope that some fencing would be considered. Those are just some of the concerns I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming in.
Hi, I'm exhausted. You guys must be too. You're doing a great job. I'm all over the board here because I've been scribbling as you guys have been talking. And a lot of these people have said things that I was going to say, so here I go.
Just your name for the record.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Nancy Battinelli. I live on 117 Point of Pines. So the front of my house is on Juniper, and the back is on Point of Pines, so I have no privacy. Everybody walks in front of my house, everybody walks behind my house. But anyway, besides that. So I'm going to have traffic on both sides of my property. I just want to say, Great Marsh Road is like the Indianapolis 500. And people talk about Opeachy Road and Richardson Lane. I almost got pecked off the road on Opeachy just yesterday with this car coming onto Great Marsh as I was turning left. It's dangerous. It is really bad. And I think if you take down more trees, the noise level is going to be really bad for the people that live on Great Marsh and for the people on Bresner Lane. I spent the night at a girlfriend's Bresner Lane, and I was shocked at the number of motorcycles that drive down Great Marsh Road in the middle of the night. There's a lot of people, so that traffic study is not accurate. I don't care what time of day it is. There's cars there all the time. Okay. And in the 31 years that I've owned my house, I have never seen a traffic study bar or whatever it is on the middle of the road. I don't know when they're doing it, but I missed it. And I don't know how you can project it. I'd like to know, what's the price of these homes going to be? Roughly, approximately? Just any one of the homes.
Sure, Mr. Egan, I think.
First of all, for the memory care lady, thank you. We think she's already fenced, so we're not even cut through. But the affordable units is a price set by the state based on a ratio of their AMI, whatever that will be in the year that we build it. Right now, we would think the single-family homes are in the $300,000 to $320,000 range. That's the best guess we have right now. And the market rate units will be market rate.
Okay. Well, the market rate houses, being a professional nurse, I don't know how some of these people are going to be able to afford that. And I don't know how you can pitch it that you project teachers, nurses, and young families are going to be able to afford be able to buy in this neighborhood. I find that hard to believe on the salaries of teachers and nurses, firemen, police. You know, I just don't think it's impossible. Let's see. Oh, when the sewers were installed on Finney's Lane, the detour through Bresner Lane onto Great Marsh has people now aware that they can beat a few lights on Route 28. That has also increased the traffic on Great Marsh Road. How is the HOA fee going to be paid for by the affordable housing people, especially when they're paying for an electric bill? And I also thought about, I know this is a mute issue because regardless, the sewers are going to go in on Great Marsh, but they mentioned that the nitrogen levels were high for the 4 houses that had septic. Is it because those are so old and leaking, those septics? Because those houses are like shacks. So maybe that study is not really accurate, that the improvement with the sewers is going to be so much greater because these septics are so old. Being a nurse, I'm concerned about where the fire department is going to be able to get in and ambulances. The fire department emergency entrance, he says, locked, it's gated. Can there be some kind of electric door opener so that the fireman doesn't have to get out, go to a lockbox, unlock, get a key, unlock the gate, and get in? Because time is of the essence when there's a fire or a heart attack. So can they consider some kind of electric door opener that's on all the fire departments, fire trucks and ambulances to save time? And correct me, I thought the goal for affordable housing, it's a goal, the 10%. It's not a law, it's not a rule. Is that correct? Correct. It's a goal.
It's a goal, yeah.
Okay. All right. It's a goal. All right. So why don't we move that goal to some of the boarded up motels and hotels on Route 28 in Yarmouthport and knock them down and put a high rise up there. 5 stories. Thank you.
Mr. Julius.
Hey, how are you? Good evening, friends. I call you my friends. You are my friends. As I say to the town council, I'm your favorite John Julius from Hyannis. So I think I'm glad, Chairman Dewey, thank you for bringing up the lawsuit, because that's my huge concern. I really care more about the environment and the water and the sewer, and I can tell you, none of this ongoing overdevelopment, gross overbuilding, none of our water and resources and sewer are going to be able to handle this. I'll call to your attention, and I have a pretty good background in this. Gary Lopez, the late Gary Lopez, and I think I've mentioned this before, in December of 2020, we actually served notice to the town of Barnstable on a lawsuit that we intended to file. In fact, that lawsuit still sits in federal court. CLF came along 3 months later, which is fine by me because they have a lot more money than Gary and I did, and they actually filed a suit, and I'm glad they did. That suit is ongoing, and it's supposed to rear back up again. I'm trying to reach them, and under Rule 20, I'm going to try to join that lawsuit, just basically in memory of Gary and all that he did and all that he stood for and cared for. And I have that right here, and I just want to read a couple things. And the reason I'm standing here tonight, I was at home watching the Olympics and saw some of this, and when Mr. Dewey was kind enough to mention the CLF lawsuit, I said, you know what, I got to get down there, because people in this town need to be aware of a whole host of things. So I'll just read you a couple. It won't take long. But part of the premise of this lawsuit is that at the Hyannis facility, and we're talking the water pollution control facility, the sewer treatment plant. First of all, when you drive by a sewer plant, you're not supposed to smell anything. Well, guess what? Drive by there anytime you want. I was over there when it was, 12 degrees out, and it was a bad smell, which basically tells all of us that that's not working. Before I forget to remind everybody and the viewers watching and the council and the town manager and everybody else, that sewer plant was built in 1935, the same year as the two bridges. Keep that in mind, because there's going to be one hell of a tab that's going to come to the Barnstable taxpayers. And I've been at this podium now for the last 20 years trying to get anybody to pay attention. So parts of this lawsuit. At the Hyannis facility, the defendant, which is the town of Barnstable, collects and partially treats raw sewage from thousands of properties in and around Hyannis. The defendant pours the partially treated sewage, water termed effluent, into sand beds on the facility's premises. Even after partial treatment, the facility's effluent for high concentration of dissolved pollutants, including nitrogen. The defendant pours 1.46 million gallons of effluents into sand beds every day. Guys, that was 2021. We're in 2026, and I've said this to the council. I've asked the DPW. No one can tell us. My next step will be go to the Massachusetts EPA, and that'll be a joke because nobody there is going to be able to answer it, probably don't want to answer it, but it was 1.46 million gallons a day going out there from that sewer treatment plant 4.5 years ago. Let's call it 4.5 years ago. So the defendant discharges effluent from the facility via the sand beds out and down through the sandy soils beneath the round facility, where the pollutants are transferred quickly and over a short distance by groundwater to the surface waters of Lewis Bay water system, including Lewis Bay, Hyannis Inner Harbor, Snows Creek, Stewart's Creek, and Halls Creek. And I'll also point out one more important thing, because along those same lines, over here it says the defendant discharges effluent from the facility into sand beds and travel through the sandy soil beneath the facility. Pollutants also go a short distance into the Centerville and Bumps rivers that discharge into the Centerville River watershed. I'll tell you a true story here. Probably, we're going back 5 to 6 years ago. Gary, my great friend, the late Gary Lopez, went to see his doctor, who lives in a house on the Centerville River. Gary had an appointment with the doctor. He went in, and the doctor said to him, Gary, you're a pretty smart guy. Why would, in the last, and it was in the kind of middle of the summer, why would I have just treated like 4 children from the ages of 9 to 13 for pneumonia in the summertime? And Gary, and then the man said, I also had a friend here, and he was swimming in the river here, and he came out and he had oils on him. You know where all that came from? The Barnstable Water Pollution Control Facility. So again, I stand here on behalf of everyone in this town.
I'm here because I care. I've been saying that since 1998. One day I'll be gone, but I hope between now and then somebody will wake up, someone will pay attention. You know, all of a sudden, well, everything's going to be on sewer now. It's like this grand green light. Well, that grand green light might kill us all. And I can certainly say on behalf of the Barnstable taxpayers, we're going to have to pay the tab on a new sewer facility treatment plant over there. I am really ripping mad. And I'm sure anyone who's followed me at this podium, the people know, anyone who knows me, I don't come here for, glory. I stand here because I damn care about people. And I don't worry about myself so much, not that I'm a millionaire, but I can afford the little increases that come. I stood here 20 years ago and fought the former town manager, John Clem, when he wasted $22 million buying a decrepit, rundown water company. And now the water bill's in Hyannis. Talk to anyone in Hyannis who pays a water bill. They'll tell you, because I do. And thank God it's only my wife and I and not 3 or 4 kids. So, again, I have to leave you with thanking you for the time you guys put in. I really do say I wouldn't want your job, but you guys do, as far as I'm concerned, a good job. And I really don't. If I had it my way, all the building would be shut down. And maybe one day we're going to have a judge that's going to say, yeah, you know what? You're right. We should shut it all down right now until somebody gets a handle and tells us exactly where we're at, because nobody knows right now. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Julius.
I always wanted to follow John Julius, so. Hi, good evening. My name is Betty Ludke, a resident of Hyannis. The first thing, your drawing drives me insane. You've got to turn it around and have north at the top. That's the convention, and why you won't do it is beyond comprehension. It drives me insane every time I look at it. So could you please get with the standard convention and put north at the top? That's just the first thing. Okay, John Julius, I do have 4 children, and my water bill is incredible as a resident of Hyannis, I will say that. Okay, stretch code. I hope you're designing these homes in conformance with the stretch code. The stretch code will be applicable on 1 January 2027. It sounds like the pace of this project and the idea that you have to pull individual permits will probably trigger compliance with the stretch code. Hanover 2 was mentioned earlier this evening. They received relief from the stretch code because, gosh darn the luck, they didn't design for it. So of course they got relief. So please design for the stretch code, because that's going to be a requirement. The roads, I'm fascinated because you talked about Katuitt Meadows. There's Settlers Landing over here. They all have HOAs. Is that a requirement of a 40B to have an HOA? I'm just wondering, why can't they just be houses like other houses around, that they're just houses without belonging to an HOA? That does add all sorts of fees. And it leads me to the point of one of our favorite topics at the town council and in the town, public versus private roads. And we had an enormous amount of building in the 70s and 80s. All of these developments were built with really crappy roads, and they were all private. And the people who moved in there kind of didn't realize that. And now I have to say, where I am in Precinct 3, you get off the main roads and you're just in pothole heaven. It's just disgraceful. And they're all private roads. And even Settlers Landing, which is at 40B in Hyannis that has an HOA, I believe they are probably private roads. Those roads should not be as bad as they are right now. So that's a question. What standard are you going to build your roads to? And Jim Kupfer's behind me. Are we going to start, demanding that we make these public roads so we stop foisting this on our residents over and over? It's a big discussion, but can this be a model? So that, I really want to know, why do you have to have an HOA? Why can't these just be people here? The school buses has been brought up. The traffic study, thank you to the gentleman who read all 300 pages. I really, traffic studies are so important, and this is a very unique area. And I think you should look at a different traffic study. And I mean, look at those apartments, okay? Anyone who has young kids knows who takes them to the school bus stop. You drive them in your car in the winter, and you pull over at the side of the road. I see it all the time. I still drive my daughter, who's not quite old enough, to the high school. School buses are a big deal in school children. If we're trying to encourage families here, my belief is they're going to have children. And you need to really think about this. The idea you're going to put a little shelter there at the end. No, that's not going to cut it. You really need to go talk to the transportation department. Somebody had said talk to the school board. I don't know. But there's a whole transportation department at the school that devises school bus stops. And there's 3 runs a day, okay? They do the high school first, then they do the intermediate schools, and then they do the K through 3 schools. And each of those has a different constituent, if you will, in terms of how they wait at their stops and what's done. I had one child going to high school, and they devised a stop for him that was exactly half the walking distance to the school with no sidewalks, and it's dark. And I said, no, thank you. Give me my money back, because I don't know if you guys know this. You have to pay within a certain distance from the schools, and also once you get past 7th grade, you got to pay to play for the school bus. So I said, give me my money back. I'll drive him to school. And you have no sidewalks in here, and you've got the apartment building at the back. The whole thing is just, it's bizarrely set up. You're going to have the preponderance of your traffic coming from the back of the lot through those people. That's really not a nice a way to do it with those single-family homes. And you said there's no parking lots. Heather is correct. You can't enforce 20 miles per hour, so that's bogus. And you're making all those people walk to the buses. So something doesn't make sense. I'd like a lot more study in the transportation area. I think it's warranted. Please talk to Jim Kupfer, talk to somebody, DPW. What standard are you building your roads to? Is this going to be the good standard? I don't know what the name of it is, but the DPW know. Is it the standard we want to see, or is it going to be some hokey private road standard? And do you have to do an HOA? Can't these people just live in the town and be residents without having to comply with all sorts of little requirements and stuff? And I guess a really good, and you know, the point that I think Eric Schwab and John, who I followed, is a good one. You did that whole presentation, and I've seen that presentation before, because every time there's a housing development, that presentation is the same, regardless of how many trees are being chopped down, how much open space. We're going to improve the nitrogen. It's the same presentation 100% of the time. But you're right, all that nitrogen is coming to Hyannis. So, you know, you may be improving it there, but it's all coming right to us in Hyannis. So really good points brought up tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lutke.
My name's Larry Moore, and I live in Cotuit. I've lived in Barnstable for 26 years. And the interesting thing that I thought as I listened to other people, I started off 8 years in Hyannis, 8 years in Centerville, and now it's 8 years in Cotuit. And I stayed in Barnstable for one reason, to stay on the Conservation Commission. By doing so, however, they voted me off the island. The best thing that ever could have happened to me, because now I'm working for the whole town. I'm not working, I'm volunteering, but my interest is to do the same thing, nowhere near I keep up with John Julius for his interest in the people. Nowhere near do I have the mental capacity that Betty just offered. But what I think is that needs to be considered is that this board is really clearly one of the best, but in the process of doing that, you give all the speakers time to talk. There's no limits. You let us talk, and you get all the facts and all the interaction. How you process it, that's your challenge. But if we can help you process it, that's one of the things we're here to do. I would like to suggest a couple of points that I tried to make notes for myself. Number one, 40B. When I first moved into an area, I lived in Virginia for years, and they had 40B there also. So I tried to figure out, what is 40B? What does the B stand for? It certainly doesn't stand for benefit, because it doesn't benefit the concept by which affordable housing exists. If the state tells you what to do, how about telling them no? Don't be afraid to tell the state, this is Cape Cod. Listen to what we need, not what you're telling us to do in Boston or anywhere in that area. Benefit is one of the things that should be a focus for you to decide what is the best thing to do here. One of the things you're also doing, you are conducting, it's already, right at the beginning we were talking about there's going to be another meeting, and probably it's going to be going on into the spring and summer. By then the snow will be gone. But the important thing is that you are thorough, you're doing it, you're letting all the issues come out, all the blood get boiled. So the sidewalk issues, I want to go back to that 3.5 years ago. Right after Kristen Turkelson was elected to the Precinct 2, that's when the roads were being dug up for the pipes, for the underground cables to run up to the place where the water aquifer is going to be endangered. All the neighbors in there contacted her, and she contacted them. We need sidewalks. Can you have DPW put it into their budget for sidewalks? What's wrong with putting in sidewalks? Let that be a primary thing that if you ask the town council to do it, you got to get DPW, you've got to get a roads committee reestablished. That was killed a few years ago. You've got to get these other bodies that work together, not unilaterally, not all by themselves. How do you get the committees to work? Boy, that's a good thing. That's a challenge, I'll tell you that. The housing issue seems to raise issues with, the controversy about housing issues is amazing. In Barnstable, in Heisel, in Hyannis primarily, there have been many different housing projects. If you just drive down Main Street, take a look where the Cascade used to be. Go up Barnstable Road and see the new buildings that are there. All sorts of buildings are being built, but who's going to live in them? And who's going to pay for them? And how's that going to work? That has never really been made public or thought about. So I would recommend, first of all, that when you make the decision, don't let the dollar dog wave. Don't let the dollar, get this right. Let me get the dollar be the tail that wags the dog. Thank you. You gave me a chance to correct it. Now, the final thing is, though, that if there's one word that I encourage you to use when you make the evaluations of the facts and your decision is one 7-letter word, IMPROVE. Improve. What can we do to improve the town of Barnstable, the villages here, where people live, all of that? If you can afford them, that is going to be a legacy that you will live the rest of your lives doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Larry. Do we have anyone else? All right, we've got a couple letters we received. I'll just quickly summarize. Since between the last meeting and now, we received public comment from A. Castanrenzi in opposition, H. Gray in opposition, S. Jones with concerns, S. Mazzola in opposition, J. Slater in opposition, a second letter from P. and J. Badditt with concerns, Housing Assistance Corp. sent a letter in support, C. and T. LaPola were in opposition, Larry Morin with concerns, and C. Gregory in support. Is there anyone else want to speak to this? I just had one question for Ms. Temple. Just one clarification. Was that public comment from the association, or was that you personally speaking? Just for clarity. Okay, okay, just checking. Thank you. Okay. Where do we go here? Where are we now? So public comment remains open for future hearings. But Mr. Egan, yeah, if you'd like to respond, unless there's
going to thank you for your time. I'm helping segue to wrap up. We're expecting to continue to March 11th. So we're happy to come back. We will be more prepared. I'm not apologizing for the work we've done so far, other than we followed the process, and we fully expected to have the plans get more detailed throughout the process. We probably could have been a little bit better prepared tonight if Matt Eddy had not had a conflict. But we'll show up some more details. We'll list the waivers. We'll address within our capabilities some of the additional concerns or repeated concerns that the neighbors had today. And if we need more time, I'll tell Andrew that there may be a chance if we think we're not as prepared as, and we think we're wasting your time, we might move it to April. So, because we have to give Mr. Webb's thing a lot of thought.
I second that. Thank you.
Yeah, just.
Don't hold your breath.
So, Anna, depending on schedule, we'll continue to March 11th. That's okay, time-wise. But yes, I mean, let us know in advance if you are going to push it out further, just for respect to the public and everyone else's time. Jim, did you have comments?
Yeah, just to that point, we did receive a lot of public comment on this project, and understand. I understand that the applicant is planning to pursue an in-depth update within the month timeframe. Obviously, if the applicant asks for a continuation, we can't then formally state that the continuation will be issued. It will state that something to the effect of an applicant has requested a continuation. Ultimately, it's up to this board to accept that and vote on that continuation to a date certain. So, in my opinion, I think a more realistic time frame would be a little bit further out. Understandably, that you want to be in person. I know remote is the second meeting of that month. I believe you might be in person the first meeting in April. We haven't sat down with Mr. Eddy and DPW to really get into the weeds and details of all the things in that 3-page document and the many more that have come to light.
I mean, I guess we'll ask Mr. Egan, and then we'll poll the board too of what.
Cooperation is our middle name. Make it April. Great.
I mean, I think
If
it
that's
sounds
technically
realistic.
correct,
Conversation I've had with planning department, just time to, when you get something to them. the
We're
time
trying to
they
be
like have
responsive,
to
which is
look
why
at it.
we're willing to show up again, and maybe incremental isn't always the best strategy.
So if everyone on the board is in agreement with that. I would agree. What's the date in April? April 8th.
I just wanted to speak to one of the comments from La Pola, and they stated that they think we might be too far along in the process for meaningful changes, and I'm pretty sure after this meeting, we see that that's not true. Anyway.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue appeal number 2025-025 to April 8th, 2026,
Second.
7:01.
Second.
A second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the item is continued. All right, we got some work to do still, guys. All right, appeal number 2026-001, Robert F. Littleton has applied for a special permit pursuant to section 240-131.4D2.
Gentlemen, can we take a bio break?
Yes, go ahead, go right now, and I'll continue reading this in. And then if I'm done and you're not back, I'll pause. Expansion or encroachment into sideline setback. The applicant seeks to construct a second-floor game room over an existing first-floor family room and a ground-level garage. The applicant also seeks to construct an adjacent bathroom off the game room. The existing structure is 3.5 feet from the side yard setback, where 10 feet is required. The existing gross floor area. Yeah.
Folks, we're gonna continue our meeting here, so if you guys want to discuss something, please disperse through the room, please. Can't hear.
Hallway.
Yeah.
The existing gross floor area is 6,407 square feet, and the proposed gross floor area is 6,729 square feet. The subject property is located at 23 Hayward Road, Centerville, Mass., as shown on Assessor's Map 186 as parcel 057. It is in the Craigville Beach District, the CBD, and the Centerville River North Bank, the CRNB Neighborhood Overlay Zoning District. So sitting on this will be everyone. What? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. It'll be our regular members. Who else do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Larry, Deborah, do you guys have a preference? All right, Larry, you want to sit on this one? Okay. And
I know.
I mean, we could. Just trying to keep things moving. We got 2 more after that. Attorney Boudreau, I think you can get started here.
Okay, great. Thank you. For the record, my name is Mark Boudreau. I'm an attorney with an office here in Hyannis. With me tonight is Bob Littleton. He is the applicant and the owner of a home at 23 Hayward Road in Centerville. If any of you don't know it, it's down near the town landing. His property is pretty much invisible. You can't see it from the town landing, you can't see it from South Main, and you would be trespassing down 400-foot driveway to get to his home. He's owned the property since 2011, and he's simply trying to add a second-floor addition to his home in the form of a game room with an adjacent bathroom. As you've heard, the property is located in the Craigville Beach District, and that area had been designated as a district of critical planning concern, and a number of criteria have been set forth for any sort of a special permit. He's looking to get within 3.5 feet of the lot line over a structure that is currently 3.5 feet from the lot line. If you take a look at the criteria, without going over the staff report, he complies with everything. There is no groundbreaking, there's no trees coming down. He's not blocking any scenic view of either the Centerville River or Nantucket Sound, and out of the entire area, there's one property that is potentially affected. That's his next door neighbor, Doug and Lori LaBelle, and they are in favor of this project. It's very straightforward, and given the lateness of the night, I'd open it up to questions of the board.
Thank you, Attorney Boudreau. Any board members have questions? So basically, staying in the same footprint, it's just going up and adding square footage.
That's correct. And he's doing it primarily for his 5 grandchildren, all under the age of 9.
And the CP, the designation of district and critical control, I can never get that acronym right, I apologize, but does that limit us here in our decision-making?
It was done at a time when the town wanted to address a lot of issues in the Craigville Beach area. And as a result of that moratorium, we have an overlay district, which is what this is. And that overlay district sets forth certain criteria for a special permit, not a variance, to allow relief in this particular
case.
Yes, thank you.
But it does increase the gross floor area, right?
It does increase the gross floor area, but it's not in a V zone.
But under the DCPC, right, under the special permit provision, it does not entail an increase in gross floor area.
I believe that is within the velocity zone. The velocity zone is across the river. And
This is 240-131-4D2, the special permit provision. So
I thought that was a 25%.
number 3 is do not entail an increase in gross floor area.
But that's if you're demolishing.
We're not demolishing. There is no
Or
demolition.
Well, again, I question the way these things are written, or footprint for voluntary demolition of a single-family
Right.
residence. That doesn't count. The first part does, though, right?
I don't think that's in the reg. I think that,
It's number 3.
Number 3 does not entail an increase in gross floor area or footprint for voluntary demolition of a single-family residence. There's no demolition whatsoever.
the or is separating floor area and footprint.
I mean, I guess, again, I didn't,
Yeah,
I
it's
struggle with the way these things were written.
There is a provision in there about no increase, but that's for properties in a V zone, velocity zone.
Yeah,
and
we
this is
tackled
not.
one of those. Okay. I mean, as long as you feel comfortable with it, I defer to you, Manny, but yes, there's no sort of comma, semicolon there to
I
direct.
think, it does not entail an increase in gross floor area or footprint.
Okay.
For voluntary demolitions, that's how I read it.
Anyone else have any questions?
Which one, I'm sorry, Jay, what are you reading here, 240 what, 131, 3?
4.
Section 3.
D, section 3.
And we're underneath the 25 in section 4, which would be applicable. So if you read 3 and 4 together, I think that shows the purpose and intent of the regulation.
That's how I read it, too.
Because, like, we just have to find all those.
I get it, yeah, no, I'm seeing it now, I couldn't see it before, yeah.
So we need to open for public comment. Did we receive any public comment on this? I don't think so. No?
Where did all the public go?
So I will make a motion to close public comment.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And if there's no more questions for the applicant, we can close public hearing. Any questions? None? No? All right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
The public hearing's closed. No more discussion. It brings it back to the board for deliberation. I mean, it seems like it fits I love it when council has addressed these things with special permit provisions. It's so nice that we aren't facing a variance or something for this.
That'll be my next application.
So does someone want to make findings?
Before we make findings, did we discuss the undue hardship aspect of this?
I think we did, and I can go into it. When I was looking at undue hardship.
I apologize, I stepped.
No, not a problem at all. It basically has to do with someone's ability to use their home. And he not only is using it, but he has a downstairs setup which has a living room opening into a dining room. And with 5 grandchildren under 9, there's absolutely no space. So what he's doing is simply adding a game room like anyone else would do as their family needs change to not only get the kids out of his hair, no, just kidding, to give an area where they all can enjoy themselves.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, someone want to make findings? Anyone?
I'll take a stab at it.
Go for it.
Sure. Okay, let me get up to the top here. So this is in regards to special permit number 2026-001, Littleton. Robert F. Littleton has applied for a special permit pursuant to section 240-131.4 D2, parentheses, expansion of encroachment into sideline setback. The applicant seeks to construct a second-floor game room over existing first-floor family room and a ground-level garage. The applicant also seeks to construct an adjacent bathroom off the game room. The existing structure is 3.5 feet from the side yard setback where 10 feet is required. The existing gross floor area is 6,407 square feet, and the proposed gross floor area is 6,729 square feet. The subject property is located at 23 Haywood Road, Centerville, Mass., as shown on Assessor's Map 186 as parcel 057. It is located in the Craigville Beach District, CBD, and Centerville River North Bank, CRNB, Neighborhood Overlay Zoning District. So for all the special permits, the board is required to make general findings pursuant to Chapter 240-125C. The board should review the evidence presented by the applicant, staff, and members of the public, and after weighing such evidence, is encouraged to articulate if and how the evidence contributes to each of the required findings. Number 1 is the application falls within the category specifically accepted in the ordinance for the grant of a special permit. The applicant and his attorney have demonstrated that it certainly does. After reviewing the Barnstable zoning code regarding special permits within this zone and agreeing that the gross floor area is not necessarily a factor here, we are in agreement that it is acceptable. After an evaluation of all the evidence presented, the proposal fulfills the spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance and will not represent a substantial detriment to the public good or the neighborhood affected. We had no public comment, and as Attorney Boudreau did say, the one neighbor who might generally be affected is in support. So we take his word that that is truthful. Number 3, the single-family nature of the property and of the accessory nature of the detached structure are preserved. I think it's pretty evident from the evidence presented that that is the case, and I really don't see any issues with that, and this board, I think, agrees. So under DCPC section 240-31.4D2, by special permit, the alteration or expansion of the existing conforming and non-conforming lawfully established building or structure in lawful existence at the time of adoption of 240-131 through 240-131.8 that does not qualify under as right provisions above all shall be permitted only by a special permit from the SPGA. In granting special permit, the SPGA shall find that the proposed alterations and/or expansions are, one, not substantially more detrimental to the environment, community, or the historic character of the neighborhood. Number two, comply with 241-131.1, proposes the intent and the performance standards and design guidelines for the neighborhood overlay district in which the development is located in accordance with 240-131.7, neighborhood district overlay regulations with the exemption of the dimensional requirements of 240-131.7 D1. Does not entail an increase in gross floor area or footprint for voluntary demolition of the single-family residence. Again, as described, this is not a demolition, this is solely a add-on. Does not exceed 25% of the gross floor area for structures in existence as of July 1st, 1989, or do not exceed 10% of the gross floor area of structures in existence as of November 6, 2009. Do not increase the lot coverage area, which is allowed under Chapter 240-131.6 coverage limitations, or by more than 10% over what was existing on November 6, 2009, whichever is greater, and does not increase flood hazards in the neighborhood. Number 7, maintain and enhance the views to Nantucket Sound and North Craig Centerville River where applicable in accordance with 240-131.5, Note 4. And in V zones, which we don't believe this is located, does not increase south-facing building services as to limit the adverse effect of increasing the elevation or velocity of floodwaters due to the change in flowage characteristics on the subject site, adjacent properties, or any public or private way. So, do I need to keep reading all this, Anna? Or are we? Yeah, okay. Wow. This is a heavy lift.
You're doing great.
Yeah, by the way, heavy lift over here. E, special permit for dimensional relief. The SPGA may provide relief from minimum yard setbacks when such relief ensures that the proposed development, 1, is consistent with 240-131.1, proposes an intent. 2, is consistent with the performance standards for the neighborhood district where the development is located in accordance with Chapter 240-131.7 neighborhood overlay regulations, and 3, the applicant demonstrates undue hardship without desired relief. G, Centerville River North Bank neighborhood. 1, permitted principal uses. The following principal uses are permitted in the Centerville River North Bank neighborhood overlay area subject to the performance standards listed below. Semicolon A, not semicolon, parentheses A, single-family residence. 2, permitted accessory uses, customary and incidental uses and structures are permitted in the Central River North neighborhood overlay area, subject to the use limitations and performance standards listed in Chapter 240-131.7D. Neighborhood performance standards, all development and redevelopment shall meet the following standards. A, tree removal or vista pruning shall not interrupt the tree line as viewed from the south looking northward to the tree line. B, no development or redevelopment shall be permitted within the V zones except that existing structures may be changed or altered provided that there is no increase in gross floor area, footprint, or intensity of use, including but not limited to increases in wastewater flow and impervious area within the V zone. Any activity or development in a V zone that creates an adverse effect by increasing elevation or velocity of floodwaters due to a change in drainage or flowage characteristics on the subject site, adjacent properties, or any public or private way is prohibited. A proposed activity shall not result in flood damage due to filling, which causes lateral displacement of floodwaters that, in judgment of the SPGA, would otherwise be confined to said area. The burden of proof for this standard rests with the applicant and shall require certification by a professional engineer. Again, not necessarily applicable here. Open foundations shall be designed to accommodate only the height required to elevate the lowest structural member 2 feet above the BFE in V zones and 1 foot above the BFE in A zones. For all new construction and substantial improvements within the V zones, the space below the lowest floor must either be free of obstruction or constructed with non-supporting breakaway walls, open wood lattice work, or insect screening intended to collapse under wind and water loads without causing collapse, displacement, or other structural damage to the elevated portion of the building or supporting foundation system. Attorney Boudreau, there are listed conditions here.
For the motion.
Oh, sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, so first we need to vote on the findings. All those in favor?
Aye.
So then conditions. One concern I have about we're giving a bunch of square footage here. Do we want to restrict that they could not have an ADU without coming back to the board? And again, it's not always the owner of the property now. It's in 10 years or 20 years or 40 years or 50 years. It's just a thought. As one, this is not a property that's on on sewer, and I think it's in the it's not close, I don't think. I don't think that area's getting it too soon. So it's just something to consider where it intensifies your use and it intensifies your environmental impact. They are adding a bedroom, a bathroom, and they're adding square footage that will probably be occupied by people that will increase their flow, whether, Title
Understood.
5 doesn't
Yep,
calculate,
yep.
but it's just a thought to consider.
Isn't that kind of like one of our general conditions anyway?
It's full build out of the lot? I mean, is
They
that,
could ADU it and just convert space under the ADU bylaw.
They
Add a
wouldn't have to
kitchen.
come before us to do that?
Not the way it's written, not right now. We'd have to condition it, that they would have to come to us. That was just what I was sort of throwing out there as a consideration.
Is your concern additional bedrooms?
Well, you could modify the use of spaces and turn that into a bedroom and an ADU, right?
I don't know how we could do that without getting Board of Health approval for a new septic system.
You would, if you open up a wall in a bedroom, an existing bedroom in the house, you make a 5-foot opening, cased, then you free up a bedroom count in your septic system, and then you turn this space into a 1-bedroom ADU.
And I don't understand what's wrong with that.
I mean, based on the way the bylaw is written, there's an intensity of looking at environmental impact. I would consider that, when you're on a septic system particularly, more environmentally impactful.
Even though it's the same number of bedrooms?
I would consider it, but again, I'm just one voting board member.
yeah, I think Attorney Boudreau's point is valid. If they so choose to eliminate a bedroom by adding a 5-foot opening within the main, current part of the house, and then add it upstairs to the new addition, and it doesn't change the characteristics necessarily of the amount of people that can be there, in essence.
I mean, I just think having a second kitchen in a house is more
Yeah,
flow.
yeah,
but
yeah,
again, that's
yep.
not, Title 5 is just based on bedrooms. So,
Yep.
But again, I was just throwing it out there for the board to consider and discuss. So
Yep,
and,
that's what we're doing. Yeah,
we can
yeah.
pull other board members voting if
Sure.
they think it's important or not important.
I
And
don't
again, I'm
feel-
not saying it's a restriction. It's just they would have to come back to the board for approval to show us those plans and, and show that there's going to be essentially 2 families living on the property. I just think that, to me, that's more intensification.
Well, they
but
would have to come back before the board. Yes, I agree with what your intention is.
And what, and ask for a special permit, or what, just
a modification.
a
of the
modification of the special
to
permit, yeah.
remove that condition or approve it or whatever. Again, it follows the sort of full build out, but this ADU thing falls through sort of a fine crack of it's not really changing the build out of the lot. It's reconfiguring the structure.
I think if that's written into the decision so that we're not educating a future board about what was discussed today, that would be not a problem. So if there's a mention in there that the owner would have to come back to the board if they wanted to convert to an ADU, add an ADU, et cetera, then that's in there. And we would be okay with that.
Okay. I mean, again, I don't want to add something that everyone else doesn't want. It's just something that I'm aware of that can happen in a lot of these different expansion of spaces that are not used as bedrooms to start.
So add it to number 3, basically, the full build-out of the condition.
Further expansion
Yeah.
of the additional accessory structures,
Including ADU?
including conversion in part or in whole to an ADU, is prohibited without prior approval of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's
I'm good with that,
fair.
sure.
That works.
One other thing on the findings, at some point after I filed, the engineers and architects that were working on these plans determined that the roof was about 8 inches too high. And so the plans were redrawn so that we wouldn't need additional relief from this board. So the new plans actually have a date of January 20th, 2026, when you're referencing them.
Are those in the record? Were those given to Anna? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
So number 2 needs to be changed to reflect that?
Yes,
January
please,
26th.
just so we have the correct plans.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Alright.
so can I
You make a
start?
motion on the conditions? You don't need to read them. You guys
No, I don't want to read them. Oh, believe
Yeah,
me.
go for it.
I am done. I am done reading. I just want to make sure. So other than that, we're good.
Yes.
You've had a chance to review them.
We have.
Your client is happy with 1 through 5 as amended.
As amended.
Thank you. Okay, I'm done.
All right, so you made a motion to approve the special permit with the conditions. I mean, a second on the conditions.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
You are approved.
Great, thank you very much.
Guys, thank you
and
for your patience.
Absolutely, and very quickly, Mr. Littleton, Centerville Elementary School teacher in the 1970s. He's also one of the volunteers that wades into Bumps River, takes the water samples as a volunteer for DPW to help determine our water quality.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
There's a couple openings.
All right, we got 2 more to get through here. All right, appeal number 2026-002, Cocabana Realty Investment, Inc. has applied for a modification of special permit number 2024-003 to change the number and location of bedrooms and storage units. The applicant proposes 3 one-bedroom apartments, 2 two-bedroom apartments, and 1 storage unit. The prior special permit approved 4 one-bedroom apartments, 1 two-bedroom apartment, and allowed the retention of 2 non-conforming storage units. The subject property is located at 11 Potter Ave, Hyannis, Mass. As shown on Assessor's Map 308 as parcel 150. It's located in the Residence B RB zoning district. So sitting on that one will be our regular members. And Deborah, are you good for that?
That's why you saved this little project.
We haven't opened public comment yet. Just hang on a second. We're going to get to public comment.
Here, except me.
You can't talk. We're going to get to public. You're going to get to public comment.
No, it's a rigged town, and tonight really illustrated that.
Appeal number. So, Attorney Nickerson, do you want me to read both these concurrently?
Mr. Chairman, I think if we can get what we need out of 2026-002, I'd move to withdraw 2026-003.
Okay.
I have a short presentation, but given the hour, I'll leave it to you if you even want me to share it.
Do we need to vote to go up beyond 11, or we're okay to just? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a brief presentation. I could pull it up, but maybe what I could do is try and get through this rather rapidly, and then if you'd like me to pull it up after, we can certainly do that. So almost to the 2 years to the day, this property was back before this board. Members Alves, Hurwitz, and Mr. Webb might remember it regarding a special permit to convert a change of office use to a change of multifamily use under Section 240-94A. Since then, the property has sold. Construction has commenced. The interior of the building has been gutted down to the studs. There's been some stairways added to the sides of the building under a lawful building permit. And now the current owner and applicant, Copacabana Realty Investment, Inc., is seeking to convert one of the non-conforming storage bays in the basement to a 2-bedroom unit. This would not increase the number of units that were previously approved, and one of the 1-bedroom units would be taken out of the first floor. So essentially, the change is rather minor because there is no increase in gross floor area being proposed. There's no expansion of the building footprint. It's simply a sort of reshuffling of the approved units, albeit an increase in 1 bedroom in the basement. So all of the findings that were made 2 years ago in appeal number 2024-003 could be made today. Brief history of the property is that the commercial building was constructed in 1999. A permit is in your materials. The elevations filed with the permit were also included. At the time of construction, the property was within the business zoning district. That's further detailed in a letter from the late Pat Butler to Tom Perry, building commissioner, which has also been provided in your materials. Then in approximately 2004, 2005, the downtown Main Street zoning districts were created, which resulted in a rezoning of the property to the RB zone, which rendered the building uses at the time non-conforming. 2 years ago, the focus was on the office uses, which were spread across the first and second floors, And in re-reviewing the hearing and the decision, a conscious object was made really to leave those basement storage units as non-conforming. They have big overhead garage doors in the rear, and there was an effort to keep those units in place. When you look through the building file, those non-conforming uses are well documented. There's an email detailing their uses from the year 2000 to 2016. Potter Avenue Realty LLC, the predecessor in title, acquired the property in 2017, came before you in 2024 for the zoning relief, referencing the non-conforming storage units, which were still in use at the time and are still in existence today, but for the requested change. So based on the presentation, this board could find that all requirements of Section 240-94A are met and within the context of the modification of special permit. The project has been approved by site plan review. A site plan review letter is in your materials. The Board of Health has only asked that rental units be registered with them. That was their only ask based upon the proposal. The non-conforming use requires no more parking than the previous use. There's no change in the numbers of units previously approved. No more traffic's been generated. Actually, it's less because we're essentially taking away a storage unit that's non-conforming in exchange for one of the 5 units that were previously approved. Does not result in an increase in on-site and off-site site noise, dust, or odors. Again, I submit that's less because the property is becoming more residential, less business, and therefore has less of those sort of nuisance uses associated with a commercial use. Does not result in increase in hours of operation or in the number of tenants or employees. We submit that's been met because the proposed change in use from commercial is to residential, and not in a business sense that would deal with hours of operation or numbers of employees or tenants, which I submit means to be a commercial tenant, not a residential tenant, given the hours of operation and employees referenced in subsection 2D. The proposal does not expand the gross floor area. Everything is contained within the building. Basements are included as gross floor area under section 240-128. The unit is in the basement. We're not making the building any larger. It's on the same lot and is not expanded beyond the zoning district in existence at the date it became non-conforming. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd happy to take your questions at this time. And again, we can pull up materials if you'd like to get into more details. But I submit the change is relatively minor. All findings need to be made under section 240-94A can be met. And we ask that you modify the special permit to allow the requested change. Thank you.
Okay.
I would ask if what's the storage space being used for right now? Active,
It's empty right now. I should have mentioned the building's vacant
okay.
at the moment. The interior's down to the studs, and
mentioned that.
It's in the process of construction.
So the storage units were rented individually to individual tenants?
It looked like they were both rented to one tenant based upon the email, and there was actually more than storage taking place. It actually smacked somewhat of a contractor's yard commercial use, but Potter Avenue Realty represented they were storage units. So to the extent there was a contractor's yard from 2000 to 2016, it had been reduced in scope to be a storage unit beginning in 2017 when Potter Avenue Realty acquired title.
Okay. But there was no documentation or permits with the town for that use? This is all just hearsay from the previous owner?
I can't say if there were formal occupancy permits granted, but there was a relatively documented email chain. It actually involved a complaint about the use on site being a nuisance to the neighbor. At which point I think the question became: Is this a lawful use? And it appears to me the building department was satisfied it was lawful based upon the materials in the building file.
And then I guess the other question: so you want to modify the special permit?
Correct. Yes.
Basically, and that you're adding one bedroom though, right? Basically,
correct.
Adding
Yes.
a bedroom. So
yes.
we are expanding, essentially, right?
We're not expanding the building. There is an additional bedroom over what was previously approved, but the number of dwelling units remains the same, and the number of parking spaces are based upon dwelling units, not bedrooms.
From 12 to it's the number of. Ma'am, you have to wait for public comment, and then you need to come to the microphone. How late it is. And so the number of bedrooms is increasing, so is the number of tenants increasing? I mean, that's sort of the way the bylaw reads here, it's consideration.
So under the modification of special permit, we're seeking, we don't believe the number of tenants are increasing, given the various medical offices that existed in the first and second floors, in addition to the non-conforming storage bays in the basement.
But is that the point of comparison, though? You're asking us to modify the permit that was approved.
Yes.
Not the use prior to the approval of that permit. So when that permit was approved, you had 6 bedrooms. You're going
Correct.
to 7.
Correct.
So I kind of lost my train of thought, but your point about this not being greater, what's the provision?
Intensification. I think, really.
Intensification, yeah. You're saying back to when it was used as a commercial site, but that's not what we're looking to, is it? We're looking to, the point of departure is the approved permit, is it not? Am I thinking about it right?
Well, not necessarily, because within the approved permit was also a preservation of the 2 non-conforming storage units that were allowed to remain. So we're seeking to modify the special permit, but also asking the board to make findings regarding a change of non-conforming use in the previously allowed non-conforming bays that were allowed to remain. The reason we filed for a modification and an application for new relief is because the floor plans are changing on the first and second floors.
I got it.
But the non-conforming bays are were carried over in a sense. Like actually, the reason the non-conforming bays weren't touched was to not intrude on their non-conforming status. So the applicant left the hearing in February 2024 thinking, great, I have 5 rental units across the first and second floor. In addition to that, I have 2 non-conforming storage bays in the basement. That was what the decision allowed. So what we're proposing is less intense and has less tenants because the number of dwelling units remains the same, and we're taking 1 commercial storage unit off the table, basically.
Storage, by definition, is static, right? That's what the word means. When you put something in storage, you leave it alone. So
Sure.
I don't understand how human use is in greater intensification than storage.
So the overhead doors are being removed as part of the proposal. We have elevations that can demonstrate that. The storage unit that's remaining is just a passenger door. It includes a...
No, I'm talking about the conversion of 1 storage unit into a 2-bedroom apartment, and how that's not greater intensification.
I think the board could consider the previous office uses as well, asking to basically put us back in a position where we're...
This is where you're going back to the prior use as opposed to what was approved.
Man, you have to wait for public comment. We'll listen to you. And again, we're also making this assumption that this, again, I didn't sit on it in 24, but this was a lawful, pre-existing non-conforming use, which we have no documentation to, other than maybe this letter from the building commissioner when there was a violation or something, and he determined it was predated.
We did also provide a copy of the bylaw of the business district that would have been in effect as of 1999, which I submit allows storage as a principally permitted uses along with a number of other uses.
But you just stated that it wasn't 2 units for a period of time, or it sounds like more than 2 years. It went to 1 unit, right? So it was abandoned. The use was abandoned. The pre-existing non-conforming use was abandoned.
I wouldn't say they were 1 unit because they were unchanged. There were still 2 doors, so both of them were in use according to the email that's in the file.
Board members, thoughts? I think we're at a little bit of a stretch here, but it's also late, so I'm not as, sharp.
So it's not an abandoned use, are we saying?
No, our position is that it's not.
Their position is not, but we don't have, it's not like there was an occupancy permit that recognized that, or a business license that recognized that there was a storage business operating in there, or something of that nature that it sounds like the town has, but maybe there was a a violation from the building commissioner, and he did a deep dive. But again, we don't know if that if the use continued or if it was abandoned.
Yeah, the storage, that was just broadly used term with no,
In 2024, I agree it was. That's how the bays were presented. So we're certainly not in a
but there's no
position.
official tenants in those units before or after 2024?
My client acquired the building in 2024. They were they occupied, Carlos, or no?
Okay, there you go.
So are there fire permits or fire inspections from the space?
I'm sorry?
Is there history of fire inspections on the space, so we can see from the fire department that they inspected it annually?
I'm not sure. I did review the building file at length. I provided the narrative that I thought was on point. I don't recall if there were annual fire inspections kept in the building file.
So from the point that the special permit that you see in the modified was issued to now, the building's been unoccupied, unused since 2024. I know, has it been, what has the use been? Let's ask it.
That's a fair question. Carlos, could you come up and address that? Thank you. Hold on one second.
I'll wait to get to.
Hold on.
No, we need you to speak into the speaker, into the microphone, sorry.
Carlos Barbosa, Hyannis. So the building was required in March 24, and since nothing's been done there, so the two garages been empty since.
In the other units, unoccupied?
Unoccupied, yes, yes.
Okay.
We demolished the whole interior of that building.
So that's why you're making reference to the use prior to the issuance of the special permit. I got you.
Yes.
I got you.
So my question is really, what's led the applicant to, what are we doing here? I mean, why the change? You got what you asked for in 2024.
This is a different applicant than the one before you in 2024.
Oh, gotcha. I missed all that.
The special permit decision and the deed were recorded the same day. So my client acquired the property prior to the issuance of a building permit. There were some challenges for the building permitting process regarding the first floor as approved. There were some challenges there regarding the layout of the floor plan that weren't observed. With site plan review, the first time around is typically limited to the site plan itself. Floor plans are not really closely scrutinized. So there were some challenges in the permitting of the approved project that my client ran into unexpectedly. So the solution was to modify the special permit and change the non-conforming storage bays use, which we're allowed to continue since 2024, into the fifth unit, so to speak, albeit with an additional bedroom.
I mean, can we do the change minus the additional bedroom? So there's no change, other than your floor plan would change, but that was permitted initially. Like, why are we dealing with this? I mean, really, I mean, again, I understand why we are, I guess, but in essence, the special permit was granted as is. So I understand.
You bought the special permit, it sounds like.
Yep.
Like knowing that this is what I could build here. But
Yep.
then
And so
unexpected.
I understand he's now inside. He sees maybe something different. I don't know what those challenges are. We don't have any. Is there any documentation that you provided that he experienced some of those hardships from building? Was it when he applied for building permits?
My layman's understanding is that it was code issues discovered with the proposed 3-unit layout on the first floor. Proposed layout made it.
Yeah, I feel like if you want to make those interior changes to the structure, leave the bedroom count alone. And then this is it's a no-brainer.
For the bedroom itself isn't the reason why we're here, because it's still a change of use from a non-conforming storage bay to an apartment. So we did have to go back to site plan review, get their approval, and have now made the presentation to you this evening. It's not the bedroom that's why we're here.
I understand, but it's the bedroom that's causing us to say the use is going to intensify.
Well, there's also going from, Manny brought the point, storage, which is dormant essentially, if there's storage units too.
Yeah, but they're still willing to remove one of the one bedrooms from the second floor.
Yes.
And just replace it on the first floor.
No, but I guess the reason,
But-
I
but-
hear you, I had the same concern. Let me say this, see if it makes sense to you, because I thought it made sense to me. Now you're getting me to question myself.
I have the ability to do that.
Because what I understood Attorney Nickerson to say is, when you compare the only other use that this place has had is the commercial. If I run off the reservation, tell me. So when you compare what he's proposing to what the prior use was, it's less. He's not thinking of it as of the approval of the special permit because the building was unoccupied.
I get that, but again, but as you've stated very eloquently thus far, that's not what we're here for. We're here to modify a special permit that was granted to convert commercial to apartments. And so the math makes sense to me, right? I certainly see the layout. You want to change the layout and take one bedroom away from the second floor, create a storage unit, I guess. I don't really know for what, or, maybe one of the units could use it, and just leave the basement floor, first floor apartment as a one bedroom. And it's just an equal swap here. We're not debating this intensification of use, in my opinion. I mean, so there is, right?
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
I think I get to a different place because there was never a one-bedroom use.
Right. And if
That's the distinction.
What do you mean?
It was never used as a one-bedroom. The prior use was commercial.
I know, but we granted him the permit to change it from commercial to the what? Two bedrooms and 2 one-bedrooms. Is that, I don't remember exactly.
No, it was 4 1s and 1 2.
Okay, so leave it as 4 1s and 1 2, and just relocate the where you want to put them. I get it, but again, I understand you're looking to make modifications to the floor plan that you submit. I mean, the way I look at this is that you're making modifications to the floor plan that was submitted and approved in 2024. But in doing so, you're asking us now to modify it with an additional bedroom, and that's where this board, in my opinion, is struggling with. So leave it as 1 2, 4 1s. To me, I don't care where you put them personally, but
remember, the storage units were allowed to remain in addition to the 5 residential.
I get that, but I can't help that fact.
And where we filed for a modification of special permit, our intent is to consider the uses that were in effect prior to the issuance of the initial special permit, not limiting the scope of all the uses of the property only for the past 2 years. That it would ignore the time that the building has been constructed from 1999 to 2024, and the historical uses of the property, which are the non-conforming uses that have previously been changed.
I mean, again, I know I'm hung up on this one-bedroom issue, this extra bedroom piece, but, I mean, is there intent to want to revert it back to commercial? Again, I don't know. No, you just want to,
No,
so.
the intent is actually to sell the building to
somebody else?
to somebody else. Yes, who would.
So can I get a little clarification?
Finish.
Yes.
Prior to 2024,
Yes.
it was commercial. It was
Yes.
office.
Office,
And
medical,
then
and storage.
was the current owner, who's the applicant, was his purchase contingent on the 2024 special permit?
Yes,
Okay, so you bought it knowing,
we can do.
okay, that those were the
We
conditions.
can do 5 units, 3 on the first, 2 on the second, was the understanding. The special permit decision and the deed were recorded the same day. Then after the purchase, the building permit process ensued. There was no building permit in hand at the time of purchase, and there were code issues related to the first floor as approved, the 1 2-bedroom and the 2 1-bedrooms.
Size or closet
I
space
think it was
or what? code issues?
proximity and egress.
Okay.
Okay,
And you've
so
addressed those now
we
with
address those now
reconfiguring.
with the reconfiguration.
Maybe you should be happy with that. But, so, also let me clarify. So prior to, Carlos, I think was the name. Was it Rodriguez?
Barbaros. Barbaros.
Okay, we'll stay with Carlos. Try pronouncing my last name. So, oof, I'm getting my second wind here. That's dangerous. So, prior to the 2024 special permit, it was commercial
Correct.
business, and so it's never actually functioned as apartments.
That's correct.
Okay. So why not be just, I would be, probably happy with, if I was Carlos, getting it legally, configured so that there's egress and all those other issues, and still having some storage space, but I don't know, something just seems a little bit too, I think, you should have kept it under a hat that you were going to be selling it, maybe.
Can I jump in here real quick? I don't get, yeah, that doesn't matter to me necessarily, but again, when, in 2024, when you presented to us, and was it, again, Attorney Nixon, you were representing the other?
No, it wasn't. It was a different attorney.
Okay, regardless. What, we were provided with these building plans, these interior space?
Yes.
And so when you presented them to town hall or to building, they said, whoa, this doesn't work?
I wasn't involved in that
Yeah, I
initial
mean, did you
process.
have some sort of bait? Well, again,
That's the designer's problem.
I know,
and
it's
that
not-
the sale wasn't contingent on getting a building permit.
I concur 100%. It's not our problem that unfortunately became your problem, right? We did what we thought when we were presented with the evidence was agreeable, issuing the special permit for the conversion of commercial, blah, 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 right? We've been down that road. Again, to me, this is a simple fix. Relocate the bedrooms, add one to the basement, and make it a one-bedroom, and we're going home.
With all due
It's bedtime.
respect, that's not what the reg says. The ordinance doesn't say that. I mean, we're making that up if we're going.
I don't even, I mean, yeah, well,
The
maybe, I
ordinance-
guess.
And this,
yeah, I know.
I was exactly where you are, and he convinced me. The ordinance says doesn't generate more traffic or intensify from previous use. This thing is never being used as a residence.
There are
The
14
previous use was commercial.
There are 14 parking
why I get-
spaces, 14
So-
parking spaces on site. There's only 10 required based upon the proposed uses. There's ample parking.
With the additional second bedroom, you mean?
Well, it's because the parking is calculated by dwelling unit. We have to remember that. So it's,
So five dwelling units is not changing.
it's not changing.
Yeah.
Okay, so the number of dwelling units is unchanged. Correct. And there's just going to be one additional.
One additional bedroom.
Correct.
Okay.
And one less storage unit accessible from the basement level, but one moved up to the second floor?
No.
It's being eliminated entirely.
That becomes a two-bedroom. One of the storage units is getting converted into a bedroom unit. Is that right?
Correct. And the overhead doors are being removed. So it's not like there's going to be ability for large trucks to come in and out of the property.
Okay, so one of the one bedrooms on the middle floor?
First floor is going away.
Okay, I don't get it. And now I'm just totally lost. I don't.
Let me
Do
pull-
we have a?
Can I pull up the plan?
Yeah, I
I did
guess,
this.
yeah.
Look, I had the same problem.
I don't see any of
Existing
this.
proposed. So first
You're
floor-
coming up. Your time's
first floor, we
coming.
have
You're
two
good.
one-bedroom units, one. Now they made it just two, one.
Can we put you on the screen?
I have to do this.
Make a
I
big
read,
blackboard.
it's like I read it, my head was hurting. It's like, I
Okay. It's 11:30 at night, yeah. Yep. Okay. Attorney Nickerson, would you be comfortable if we continued this at this point?
Well, I want Ms. Deary to have an opportunity to talk, but we can leave public comment open if we're gonna go that route. But I am getting a little concerned that we're all a little foggy-eyed.
Nobody's dismissing that. Just, it's your time. Yep, you'll have your time.
Stuck this on the end. We're gonna have to, that's why. This is the rubber stamp meeting.
Good Lord.
Hold on. We're gonna open public comment.
That's the way it
So should we open public comment now? Is everyone ready for that?
I'm ready, yeah.
All right, Ms. Deary, we're gonna have public comment open.
You sure wore me down. Here's my tacky little.
Just introduce yourself for the record to the microphone. Just give your name and address to the microphone.
And you guys have a copy of all of this too.
I'm Liz Derry from 14 Potter Avenue, 69 years in the house where I am.
Just pull that microphone down closer to your mouth so that
I'm
people at
sorry.
home can see it.
All right, I gave you guys handouts. The very top was our neighborhood got together. We wrote together what we were opposed to, and we sent that out 2 years ago. That was ignored. Pages 2 and 3 of the petition that we did. We used to have 20 homes, now we have 17, and 12 homeowners out of 17, that's 70%, oppose this project of having an apartment building in our neighborhood. We have no apartment buildings. We're zoned single family, we're historic. You even hung the ancient cemetery over the cemetery. We're historic. And yet you overturned our petition and you allowed them to change it from a very low impact business office. There were maybe 4 cars total the whole day. And there isn't the parking for this. Now, when it started out back in 2024, it was 12 people. If you look at bedroom is times 2 people, all right? So the first permit allowed 12 people and 6 cars. That's possible, but that's pushing it. You've only got about 2,500 square feet on 2 lots. It was supposed to be a house on Dumont Drive and a house up on Potter Ave. But the guy that he bought it from, Jen Villa's father, that's who he bought it from. Jen Villa's father put one huge building instead of building 2 family homes. He built the office building. And so that was allowed to happen. But he didn't make enough money on that, and then all of a sudden, mass migration, so the opportunity to cash in on rentals, like everybody else, is what he was gonna do. And I didn't know that he was also planning to sell to Carlos, who he runs all the building stuff, and he also owns a nearby building, okay? And then the man that owned that, Jen Villa, her father, the reason he bought that building was for Jen to have parking spaces. She owns the Little Beach Gallery still, and it has an apartment upstairs. The tenant upstairs used to park in that lot, but they won't let her park there anymore. So she parks on the street. And when they plowed, page 4 is a picture of Potter Street. Take a look at the lot, and you tell me you're gonna fit all those cars in there. There are 8 spaces. Where are you gonna put the snow? And because Little Beach Gallery is now parking on Potter, because her father sold to Carlos, so she can't park in that parking lot anymore, she parks on Potter. Go look at what happened when the town plow came in. They couldn't do the buses couldn't, they had to go around, the school buses. They couldn't come down Potter. Go look at it tomorrow. It's been over a week. It's all snow, including the road. It just doesn't make sense. And then all those people, you're gonna have up to 18 people in there. If you add up the beds, figure it's gonna be 2 people per bed, all right? That comes out to 18 people. And what's half of 18? That's the number of cars. 9. Where are you gonna put all those? And where are you gonna put the snow? You're gonna have to get a backhoe. The town has no way to push the snow. That's why they've given up on our road. The only place is our front yards. And the previous owner to him, his plow guy used to push the snow, guess where? Onto my front yard. For years when my father was still alive. And they killed all the grass. Thanks. Because we're throwaway hyenas. And then on the other side, you think what they're gonna do here is bad? Here's your warning. If you wanna see what this looks like, this was through the magic of Nancy Vecchione and Art Turnbull of Nantucket having dinner with the town councils and the boards. Look what they did to this property. That is considered a building, and this is the driveway to get to it. That was the garage for this house. Now, it has a no-bid contract from local government. It's owned by a Brazilian woman. Her boyfriend is the director of a nonprofit for autistic kids. The same kids that they marched in here for the Great Streets 2 years ago. Remember that? The blonde autistic girl? All right. Those same kids are occupying that building. The owner's boyfriend is the director of the program, and he got her a no-bid contract. And her daughter works for him and lives free in the building. I kid you not. Now take a look at the back side of the building. They can't repair the back of the building because I own it. It's on my property. Flip ahead to page 8, and you can see the mess that was created. My backyard is now worthless, and now you're going to get me down the other side. I'm the only residential property left, and I'm asking you to respect us. 70% of the neighborhood does not want an apartment building. That's more than half. And you've got all their signatures, and go to their doors and ask them. But because we're Hyannis, and because Jen Villa, the Live, Love, local debutante, she and her father, they're very wealthy, and they, by the way, have very nice homes in Hyannisport along Craigle Beach Road, and there are no apartment buildings there either. And it's just not fair. My father had to spend his retirement in the garage. They tricked him. My dad didn't know. My dad was in the building business. He's one of the guys that built Hyannis, who worked for John Hinckley and Son, 80 years of his life. And this is what you did to him. He spent his retirement sitting in the garage because he had no backyard privacy. And now you're going to give it to us on the other side. Do you have any idea how many cars are going to be going in and out? 18 people. That's 9 cars. They have 8 spaces on top without the snow. Where are you going to put the snow? Then down below, it's just, you park along the road. There's no parking spaces at all.
Ms. Deary, excuse me, forgive me for interrupting you, but you keep saying 19. They're saying 7 bedrooms, and you said 2 people per bedroom. That's 14.
Well, no, if you
I'm just, make sure I'm following.
Okay, what they're asking you for is modifications so that 6-bedroom, wait a minute, 3 1-bedroom, 2 2-bedroom. Okay, that's maximum 14 people.
Right.
And 7 cars.
All
If
right.
everybody,
I just want to make sure, okay, yeah.
Now he wants to add the one downstairs, so now.
No, no.
No, wait, oh, no. If you read this carefully, now, on top of the 14 people and 7 cars, which is up at the top appeal number, okay? Then, the next appeal at 7:02 p.m., the one at the bottom, adds another 2-bedroom. That's 4 people and 2 cars, so let's add it up.
I think
14
that's,
plus 4
they're not going
is
to,
18.
They're not pursuing
And
that.
7 plus 2 is 9.
They're not pursuing that second application.
They shouldn't be pursuing anything. 70% of our neighborhood doesn't want this. You don't live in our neighborhood. We have to live there. You guys were friends with Jen Villa and her father, and that's how this whole mess happened. Just like the mess down here with Art Turnbull and the town and Nancy Vecchione. Look what they did.
okay, we can't speak to that. We weren't here then. It was not something we were involved with.
As far as I'm
You-
concerned,
so-
you're just as liable.
So what's-
Because all of you are behaving exactly the way they behaved 30 years ago when this was allowed.
What's before us is just this modification. What was already approved by a previous board is not before us right now.
Well,
Or
all I
some of
can
these members
say
were
is
here, but
make your votes, all right? Make them from your heart. And think about what it would be like if you lived in my house. I'm here for retirement after my business was wiped out by the pandemic. And I have 2 kids, all right? My poor son, a pilot, he never finished pilot school because of the pandemic. I got financially wiped out. And so now he's stuck in limbo. He has to, I think he's going to join the Coast Guard Air Patrol to try to save his career. And I'm going to die right in that little house with no retirement, because that was all wiped out by the pandemic as well. And so I'm just asking you guys to think beyond the end of your nose and the yacht club councils. This whole town is a gigantic yacht club. All of you. It's amazing.
All right, well, we need to consider this, you know, we have some questions further for the applicant, and we'll see if we come to a decision tonight.
Look what we've been through, just my family. And then the Alewoods, they own 3 lots. Dr. Canning's previous house, they own 3 lots. It's not going to be worth anything, because this apartment building is clogging 2 residential roads, Dumont Drive and Potter. It's completely wrong. It should be an office building. Anyway.
Thank you, Ms. Deary.
I don't think that's right.
Anyone?
Say I'm sorry for you, Liz, Gary. I pity you, Liz.
Mr. Chairman, I know it's very late, but if I could just have 2 minutes
go
to
for it.
respond. There's only 11 slides here. I promise we'll get through very quickly. Properties highlighted in blue, you can sort of see the unique zoning history that's tracked it since 1999. To the south of the building, my understanding is a different apartment building. At least that's what's shown on the assessor's record of 17 Potter Ave. To the north are 3 businesses at 701, 705, 707 Main Street. We are in the RB zone. This reviews some of the procedural history we discussed earlier, the previous approval and change of nonconforming use to another nonconforming use. 5 residential apartments, 4 one-bedroom, 1 two-bedrooms were allowed across the first and second floor. 2 one-bedroom units and 1 two-bedroom unit were to be on the first floor. 2 one-bedroom units were to be on the second floor, and the 2 non-conforming storage units in the building were to remain. This shows what was approved back in 2024. It shows a visual breakup of where the units were, where the storage units were. Here's another view of it, if you want to compare what was approved versus what we're proposing. Here's a side-by-side. Basement, 2 storage units versus 1 storage unit, 1 two-bedroom apartment. Difference in the first floor bedrooms.
Manny already came up with his own, Manny had already come up with his own table doing exactly that.
Because I read this thing, it was giving me a
It's painful, I know, I appreciate it.
It's a good Venn diagram.
I should have led with this, I just, anyway. I was out there today, so this is the front of the building showing the work that's already begun. The rear of the building here has those 2 large overhead doors, those are going away. The passenger doors will be relocated to be more centered on the rear. Whoops. Here's the proposed first floor plan, which will now have 1 two-bedroom, 1 one-bedroom. Here's the proposed second floor plan, which proposes 2 studios. We've just called them 1-bedrooms. I thought I'd not introduce a new term through the application. And then if I can see my cursor, I'm sorry. Here's the proposed basement floor plan, which shows the proposed 2-bedroom unit. Here's a blow-up. I'm sorry.
The remaining 1 storage unit, right?
Yes, 1 remaining, only accessible through a passenger door. No big trucks coming in or out.
Yeah.
So that'll be available to the tenants, I guess, or?
Yes. And then here we have the proposed site plan, which is blown up. I blew it up so we could see it a little better, but we're showing a total of 14 parking spaces. Represent the parking site plan analysis by Matt Eddy shows that 10 are required based upon the new proposed units, storage units.
So, but in essence, you're just trading one non-conforming use to another.
Correct.
You're not increasing the number of actual apartment units.
Correct.
And you're adding a bedroom. What does everybody think? It seems like a no-brainer in a way, and we have a housing shortage, I've heard. So, I don't know.
Should be noted, the new unit, if you will, in the basement would be accessible likely on Dumont Drive, which is, if you've been down there, is a dead end, rarely traveled. There's no through traffic. It's actually a dirt road. So.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there are other apartments, if not on Dumont, then one of those adjacent roads.
think
So
right
that
next-
argument is
Right.
null and void.
I think right next door is an apartment building at 17 Potter Ave.
Right.
Yeah. I think there's at least, between 4 and 8 in that.
I don't know, I think one extra bedroom is going to not contribute any more use than 2 storage units. Although I don't go to my storage units more than once every couple months, but that's me. Jake is very silent on this.
I'm just sort of burned.
I hear that.
But I wasn't sure if Attorney Nickerson was done with his presentation.
Thank you. I'll answer any questions. Very appreciative of your time as well.
And just one last question. So the
Yes.
non-conforming use that you're seeking the change, you're basically, even though you framed it as a modification, you're willing to disregard that special permit because the prior use is commercial.
Yes.
And you're saying compared to that use,
Yes.
what you're proposing is, in the words of the reg here, does not generate more traffic than the previous use, does not require more parking space, does not result in an increase on on-site and off-site noise, dust, and you're comparing it to.
We have to because there's not been a residential use.
There's been no use since.
Correct.
The property's been unused.
Yes.
Gotcha.
What does anyone want to do? Public comment is still open. Do you want to continue this? Do you want to we have a Zoom meeting coming up that I don't think we have a lot on, so we could, wrap our heads around it a little bit better if we want to, but if people feel comfortable trying to push this forward. I feel like everyone's got a little brain spaghetti at this point. It's kind of late, but it's up to someone to make a.
I've made the motion already, but I certainly make a motion to continue this till the next hearing. I can't digest this. It's I apologize. It's just.
No,
It's kind of, you know what I mean? We're just really stuck. I don't even know if we're stuck. I'm not even quite sure what's happening, quite honestly.
we're tired.
Yeah, I'm not,
We'll agree
I don't know
on
how to modify it. I don't understand, if somebody can walk me through the modification of it, then let's get it done, I guess. But, I certainly agree with those points about, storage unit versus one bedroom. Really, are we, yeah, it's not a big deal, but.
We have time on February, what is that, 16th, 25th?
2 weeks or so, not even.
You'd be the very first case,
Well,
Everybody will-
speak up,
will
I
be
don't
awake.
know.
even me.
I'll be on vacation, so.
Well, there'll be 5 of us that have been sitting here, so.
There's
We're
5,
good.
oh shoot, there's only.
All right, so Aaron made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor of the continuance?
Aye. Or do we want to withdraw the other one or leave that open?
No, leave it open for now.
Okay, so we're going to continue
So
that
I'm
as
gonna-
well.
Yes.
Well, it hasn't been read in.
I know. Thank you for reminding me. All right,
that
so
is why.
in appeal number 2026-003, Coker Cabana Realty Investment, Inc. has applied for a special permit pursuant to section 240-94A, change of non-conforming use to another non-conforming use. The applicant seeks to convert a legal pre-existing non-conforming rental storage unit located within a multifamily building, see special permit number 224-003, into a 2-bedroom apartment. The proposed apartment would be non-conforming because it would be a residential dwelling within a multifamily building. The subject property is located at 11 Potter Ave, Hyannis, Mass, as shown on Assessor's Map 308 as parcel 150. It's located in the Residence B RB zoning district. So we're not opening this. We're going to continue it without assigning members. again to, what did we say, February 25th, 2026 at 7:01. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that is continued. Eyes are like, moving on, which correspondence, Witchmere Harbor redevelopment meeting agenda was received for 2/2/26 at 10 a.m. Witchmere Harbor redevelopment continued hearing notice 2/5/26 at 3 p.m. Cape Cod Commission meeting agenda 2/5/26 at 3 p.m. hybrid format. 26 Shark Painter continued hearing 2/12/26 at 3 p.m. virtual, and the Provincetown Pier Hotel continued hearing on Thursday, February 26, 2026 at 1 p.m. Anything not reasonably anticipated? As I said, Natalie has left the board. We wish her the best.
And how many do we have? Two
I think we
openings?
have 2 open seats right now. So anyone out there still watching at almost midnight, feel free to
This is
put in
great
your application.
advertising.
Yeah, it's a great board. We have quick meetings.
This is great advertising.
I'll make a motion to adjourn. I need a
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.